The clock has turned to 6 p.m., at least on my phone, so we'll go with that. Welcome everybody to the regular meeting of the College Station City Council. Let me make a statement regarding the executive session, then we'll move on. I hereby announce the date is July 24, 2025, and the time is 6 p.m. No vote or action was taken in the executive session. There being no future business for that, we will return to the regular agenda. Get the paperwork done there. Okay, moving on the agenda, the next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, invocation, and we'll consider an absence request if I remember it right after that. We have Chaplain Mike Armstrong here. He will do the invocation after the pledge. So if you remain standing after the pledge, he'll do the invocation. Join me in standing the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God. Chaplain Armstrong, thank you for being here.
This microphone right. Will y'all pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings that you give us each day. Thank you to the individuals who have made sacrifices to help provide the freedom to assemble. May we always strive to honor them and never forget them. Let us pray for the wisdom of our city council members to guide them as they consider the issues before them. Please grant them the ability to discern what is right, just, and beneficial for all residents. May they be guided by your principles of fairness, compassion, and integrity in all their deliberations. We pray for the well-being of our city and its residents. May we listen to each other with open hearts and minds, valuing diverse perspectives as we strive to make wise decisions. And Lord, may the decisions we make today and in the future contribute to a thriving community where all can flourish. We ask that you continue to bless this city with peace, prosperity, and opportunities for growth. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Armstrong. I do have an absent request here. Since I've reminded myself and my colleague a couple times not to forget it, Chair will entertain a motion regarding the absence request from Mr. Mark Smith for being out of town.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded by Mr. Schaefer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we move on then to our proclamation section. Before I get to that, I hope everybody has noticed, those that are speaking tonight, that we do have a speaker's protocol that's written down here on the agenda for those that are planning to speak on agenda items from the audience other than those that are part of that agenda. Need to keep track of their time. There is a time clock there of 3 minutes for your presentation. We do have a few speakers on a couple of items this morning, this evening, none on your visitors. Okay, we have proclamation. One proclamation tonight is presentation proclamation recognizing July 2025 as Smart Irrigation Month, and Jennifer Nations will join me down here in front to receive this. I should have known that Ms. Nations was well organized and had a lot of people here tonight to join her in this. Water Department, capital projects, everybody at Public Works. Great opportunity to honor and recognize this important part of the city's interests and opportunities. So this is a proclamation. Whereas the City Council of the City of College Station, Texas recognizes that water is a finite natural resource vital to human life and our most valuable natural resource. And whereas well-maintained green spaces are important to the health and well-being of communities and individuals. And whereas appropriate irrigation technology combined with best practices can significantly reduce water usage and runoff while creating healthy lawns, landscaping, and sports turf. And whereas appropriate irrigation technology combined with best practices can significantly improve water use efficiency and reduce runoff while achieving greater agricultural yields per acre foot of water used. And whereas July is a peak month for the use of water for irrigation, and whereas the College Station Water Services Department encourages citizens to install smart irrigation systems, controllers for substantial water savings through our rebate program, and sign up for irrigation recommendations through the Brazos Valley Water Smart program. Now therefore, be it resolved that by virtue of the authority vested in me, John P. Nichols, Mayor of the City of College Station, do hereby proclaim July 2025 as Smart Irrigation Month, and recognizes the advances in irrigation technology and practices to help raise healthy plants and increase crop yields while using water more efficiently, and encourages adoption of smart irrigation practices to further improve water use efficiency. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of College Station to be affixed this July 24th, 2025, John P. Nichols, Mayor. And I will add, Ms. Nations, that I get your Water Smart notice every week, and it told me not to irrigate this week. However, the lawn people that do the fertilizing and whatnot said we should be irrigating. So I think we need to work a little bit more on some of that communications there. So anyway, we're going to do a photo op here. And Jennifer, I think you'll handle this, and I'm going to put this down.
Okay.
So are we centered properly? You just need to pull in a little bit, folks.
Pretend like you like.
Okay, that takes care of our one proclamation for tonight, and I really do appreciate, Jennifer, all you do in reaching out to the community. I hear you on the radio and see you on TV, and other people are quoting you pretty regularly on the importance of conservation of our water supply. We've done not a lot of talking up here about the cost of producing new water. What you're doing is working at the other end, and I think that's an important part of the city's responsibilities, and I thank you for all you do and all the people who work with you. Okay, we got here visitors next, and according to my list, for the first time in a long time, we had nobody sign up for here visitors. So we move on then to consent agenda items. I do have two speakers who would like to speak on a couple of those, but I would ask the council if they have any they wish to have questions answered about. What,
Two and three, please.
7.2 and 7.3. Ms. McElhaney, 3. Any others?
Those two.
Okay. Well, we got 7.2, and Cheryl Wink wishes to speak on that, but I'll let Councilmember Yancey, I think, raised that one, so you go ahead and ask your question. This is, let me read it while Mr. Kaler comes forward. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action of a construction contract with Terra Bella Construction for $259,000 $398.52, plus the city's contingency amount of $25,939.85 for a total appropriation of $285,338.37 for drainage repairs to Frost Drive, Driftwood Drive, Huntington Drive, and Southwood Forest. Mr. Kaler is here. Mr. Yancey, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, sir, for all you do for the city. A couple weeks ago, maybe 2 meetings ago, I moved for us to talk about a drainage study. And I think that kind of turned into a citywide deal. And with that, and that was not really my intent, changing floodplains and all of that. So with that as background, my 2 questions are, how is this project different from the situation, the localized neighborhood situation that the folks off of Rosewood are facing? And I like that we're doing this, but if we do a real good job of it, is that part of the same thing, and will that exacerbate the problem that those folks are having on Rosewood?
Really, it's not going to change hydrology at all.
Can you pull the
uh,
microphone down, Pete? Thank you.
Pete Kaler, Assistant Director of Public Works. It's simple remove and replace projects across the city for our aging infrastructure that's failing.
It's failing in what way?
They're old tin horn corrugated steel pipes that they've aged out. They're 30, 40 years old.
So this item does not address moving the water through more efficiently.
I mean, in some cases it does, because the water flow has been degraded by, partial pipe collapse, things like that.
So in that way.
So it brings it back to the original scope.
So in that way, it is very similar to what we might ultimately wind up doing in Rosewood, or no? And if no, why?
I would say something like that is more, you're going to do a hydrology study to see the flow, and you may adjust culvert sizes to take those different flows into account. But I'm not an engineer. We're just here to perform maintenance, and we just remove and replace with like infrastructure.
And the second part of my question, you don't think it's going to increase flow and exacerbate the problem on Rosewood then? You're just updating something. It's moving X millions of gallons of storm water annually now. It's not going to change that plus or minus, and thusly improve or degrade what's going on on Rosewood.
No, sir.
Okay.
Can I ask you another question? Just to clarify, each one of these, there's, I think, 4 items here, 4 different projects all lumped together. They're all related to city-owned infrastructure, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is a focus on maintaining and repairing things that are in our inventory of infrastructure that need to be addressed.
Yes, sir. And what we're trying to do is group multiple projects together as they come up.
Right.
A lot of this is based on the fact that we're going out there and proactively inspecting all these, and then finding ones that we would rather replace before failure.
Very good. I appreciate that.
Mayor, and just to
Any other
clarify
question?
a little bit more on what I think Councilman Yancey was asking on the difference between this. I think Pete explained it. This is remove and replace. Technically speaking, obviously, if a pipe collapsed and you put a new pipe in, it's going to flow better than the pipe collapsed. But from a system design standpoint, it doesn't change anything. And Anthony and others are here that we need to get more specific, but the situation on Rosewood is completely different from a hydraulic standpoint. You have things built into the path of the water. They're not built by the city. They're not city structures. Those obstructions are causing issues. When you look at the bigger, kind of the drainage stuff down there, that's where you start looking into a study or something, because if the water is moving through it the way that it is designed to be, then it's not necessarily an issue. And when you look at those floodplain lines and everything that's going on there, if it doesn't come out of that, then it's functioning how it's functioning. If you were to have some kind of in the case of Rosewood, where someone builds something into it, okay, that needs to be removed. If one of our drainage structures collapses, okay, now we need to deal with that outside of any study. what's been proposed in the budget is in a way this, and that you had a channel, although it's a natural channel, that's now obstructed. So if you had a pipe and it collapsed, it's obstructed. And so you're taking it back to the condition that it was originally supposed to perform in. So, what we proposed in the budget for $740,000, removing all that material and those type of things, is in a way a similar thing to this. The biggest difference is these are our drainage structures that, and it's more of a specific thing versus that big drainage system. But it behaves from a hydraulic standpoint the same way.
Mr. Yancey?
Point of clarification and education for me. We have some drainage easement area where it's natural, and we have some drainage easement area where we have gone in and done improvements in order to move the water more efficiently.
Right.
What determines which one it's going to be?
Yeah, a lot. Sometimes it's just space. So if you imagine anytime if you're going to move water, you've got a volume, you've got slope, and you've basically got the coefficient of friction. So concrete flows faster than asphalt, that flows faster than grass. So that's how you determine, based on how much water you got to move and how fast you need to move it, what's there. So if you have a natural channel, if you have space, or then you're going to have 3 or 4 to 1 slopes. You're going to have grass, and it's going to move that water. And that typically, if you're going to move large portions of water, is the best way, partially because of the cost. So if you imagine a normal, let's just say a 6-foot wide ditch. If a ditch is 6 feet wide at the bottom, if you want to put that into culverts, into an actual system, those culverts are going to have to fill up that same area, and it's going to be a lot, and it's going to be expensive. So it's a combination of basically what area you have, how much water you have to move, and then the cost. So similar when somebody, like, why are all detention ponds sitting, above ground, like where it's a big open deal versus being underground? You can put them underground. It's the cost and the space. If you get in an area where cost is or space is at a premium, where you have like road crossings, that's why we have structures that go under them.
And last question, we decided as a council that we were going to hear the issue of drainage and maybe talk specifically about this area. And I see it's not on our forecast through September 11th. Is it going to? Do you have any idea when? Unless I just missed it. Do you have?
Yeah.
Any?
Well, so if you look at pending agenda items, we have at the bottom. Those are just the next 3. We're forecasting the next 3 meetings.
Okay.
And again, that's not, council can direct otherwise, but that's just not to pun, but just the flow. And because, again, in June, we actually discussed that area in great detail. But we have it on the future agenda. It's just not in the next 3 right now.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. On this agenda item, which is specific to these 4 projects, Mr. White's asked to ask a
Real
question.
quick, a couple of my questions was if there was any correlation to the discussion that we had a couple meetings ago, and I think I got that answer. But my question is, are we replacing these with the same size that they currently are? Are we anticipating the future? Are we growing with the issue that we have here, or is the proper way to replace it with the same size?
It's the proper way. We're using the same size. We are upgrading the type of materials that'll last longer, but that's it. If we were to modify the size at all, we would have to do a drainage study, because we would be increasing the velocities downstream, and it would affect any other drainage system downstream. So all we're doing is going in, replacing the same width, the same diameter as it currently is.
Thank you.
I think there is one project, the one on Shadowwood, where I think if I read the description properly here, it's a retaining wall, I believe, and it goes probably between 2 properties, but I think you're elevating that retaining wall a little bit. So
Yes.
there is a little bit of change in design there, but it's something above ground that's pretty easy to see, and you can tell what's needed there. So it is a little bit different design, and that's why it's one of these projects. Okay, if there are no more questions from dais, I do have a citizen that wishes to speak on this, Ms. Cheryl Wink. Now, this is on these 4 items, please. That's one agenda item,
Okay.
7.2. Thank you, welcome.
Hey, how are you? So the pictures right here are kind of a tale of two sides of the street, talking about easements. On the one side where y'all want to redo the infrastructure, I talked to Mr. Edmondson today, and he said that y'all have told him that y'all have a 14-foot easement on either side of that pipe. And so on the other side of the street, and now this is on the other side, this is east, on the other picture, if you want to look at your other picture there, there's west. So this is Mr. Edmondson's side where y'all are going to redo all the drainage and whatever, redo that pipe, and y'all have easement, okay? On the other side of the street, you've told this man who has had to recently in May put up a retaining wall that y'all do not have any easement there, okay? Y'all have told the people on Rosewood, you've said the same thing. You do not have any easement. You told all of us homeowners in Bee Creek, along Bee Creek, Emerald Forest homeowners, that you do not have any easement along Bee Creek. So you can't do anything. You basically have got to wash our hands. And so I just guess I want to read this to you real quick. The drainage easements extend beyond infrastructure. The purpose of a drainage easement is to allow the city or other authorities to access and maintain stormwater runoff even if the primary infrastructure stops. Okay, while the physical drain might end, the drainage easement itself is often in place to ensure the natural or engineered flow of water and that it continues through the creek. And so I guess what I'm trying to find out is the allocation of these 4 projects. I mean, we have been meeting with the city for over a year and a half now as an HOA group. And I just think that, you know, we deserve a little bit more. I would have liked to have seen Rosewood on this list. I guess I would prefer some more transparency and the understanding of what easements are in the city of College Station, because it seems like it's different in different municipalities. And from my understanding, the municipality works with the property owner to maintain the stormwater and everything, and you work together with the easements. The property owner doesn't get to wash their hands, and then the city doesn't get to wash their hands while homeowners get to float down the river. No pun intended. Thank you.
Thank you. I can answer the one question. I think it was already answered. These 4 projects are on city-owned infrastructure, and the issue on Rosewood is a separate issue that needs to be dealt with separately. The $740,000 that's in the budget, as the city manager talked about, is to address the larger issues along that lower end of Bee Creek. But as far as why Rosewood is not on this list, very simple. It's not part of the city's owned infrastructure, and Mr. Kaler has been working with this and the drainage people probably for a year or 2 on identifying these projects. They just collected them. The Rosewood issue is a larger issue and a different kind of issue. That's why it's not part of this.
There's not easement. I looked on BCAD. There is not easement owned by the city on that. So it's just an understood easement, as is everything.
I can't answer the easement question. I'll turn to the city attorney or city manager.
To be clear, easements don't show up on BCAD. And in the case of Rosewood, it is a drainage easement that people have built without permission, obstructions in a city's drainage easement. So those have to be removed by people who have built them in a city's drainage easement.
If you want to speak anymore, come back to the mic and then finish up, and then we're going to move on.
I will say on the Bee Creek capitalization project in 2007, easements were specifically purchased. And they do show up on BCAD.
Yes, so all easements do not show up on BCAD.
So that's what I want is transparency, because it just seems like it's like who you know and whatnot. So but thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
It goes back to your deed. Look at your deed and you'll see the easements on each deed. You have to look at the actual property
Right.
deed. BCAD is there for a different purpose, and they don't
Right.
necessarily put all that in there.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on 7.2? Seeing none, we'll move to 7.3. Mr. Yancey, Miss McElhaney, and somebody else asked for this one, so I'll start with Miss McElhaney this time. 7.3.
Okay, I have a few questions on this.
Let me just read it. Presentation, discussion, possible action on a design contract with Collier Engineering and design for a citywide sidewalks and shared use paths project design for $849,049.39. Ms. Jennifer Kane, Capital Projects.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hello.
Now, Ms. McElhaney, go ahead.
First of all, I want to apologize. We try to get comments to you guys by Tuesday. It's been a week, and I'm sorry this came to you so late, but I do have some very specific questions. I understand this is a design contract, and it's looking at whether we're going to do 10-foot wide sidewalks or, we're going to do the sidewalks with a buffer or the SUPs, the
shared use path.
Shared use path, okay, thank you. Either with a buffer or right up against the curb. What determines that? Is that available space?
Yeah, so yes and no. So sometimes, we try to do a lot of them up against the curb. That's kind of our standard policy. It takes up less need for space there, certainly. In some cases, you do need more of a buffer of some type because of maybe the speed of the road, things like that. And so we look at those individually to see what's the best application for that. And sometimes that buffer looks like, you see some that are grass, but sometimes it looks more like a stamped concrete buffer as well, just to provide some separation from traffic.
Or
Is this slide for your presentation?
it's
I think
to highlight a question I have.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. You threw me off my game, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was not understanding. The slide
oh.
looks like it's a particular neighborhood. Go ahead.
With the buffers, I'm seeing around town, we have mailboxes popping up in what appears to be these shared use paths. It seems like the buffer would allow us to eliminate mailboxes and sidewalks. Is there anything that we could do to work with the post office? Maybe move these to community boxes? It's an eyesore and it impedes traffic, yeah.
Yeah, we certainly can visit. Well, we haven't specifically talked to the post office about doing community boxes. We have worked to see like the best places for them and make sure there's enough space still, even when they're on the edge, like near the curb, because we can't put them behind the sidewalk. But certainly a buffer does allow for more space for things like that.
Okay, and I think if you do a community box, you have a little bit more latitude in pushing it back. Anyway, the other thing, some of the ones that have popped up, I've noticed that we don't have super good lighting on them. I know that this particular one, lighting design is outside the scope. But when we get to that, I just want to get the comment logged that it's really nice to have lamp posts planned and these paths to be pretty well lit up. This is my neighborhood, so I'm more familiar with it. And these are already city-owned alleys that run through the neighborhood. Is there a way that these might be able to be incorporated versus purchasing right-of-way along people's, front yards?
So Jason Schubert actually has some more information on some of this, but I do want to mention on all of the sidewalks that are proposed, we do have right-of-way currently existing off of the roadways. There wouldn't be any purchasing of easements for any of the sidewalks. There may be one or two required for the shared use pass. But I'll let him answer the specifics related to the alleyways, or they're called utility corridors.
Can you give just a really quick, what's the difference between a sidewalk and a shared use path?
So a sidewalk is typically a little bit smaller and more used for one type, pedestrians being there. Shared use path is wider and it allows for pedestrians and bikers to share the same space.
Okay.
Good evening, Jason Schubert, Planning and Development Services. I guess, so this project has two parts to it. There's 8 different sidewalk segments around the city. And then there's 3 segments of shared use path that are actually trails that are actually mostly along creek corridors. And so the part of this design contract is there's 3 trails, 10-foot wide concrete paths, and then most of the sidewalks along existing streets. We looked at plats and see what right-of-way is and see how much room there is, that there is likely no right-of-way should be needed for any of the sidewalks if the street's in the middle of the right-of-way. That'll be verified as part of the project. And they're usually 6 to 8 feet wide, really just depending upon if it's back a curb and if you got trees, utility poles, other conflicts. You just kind of look at when you're retrofitting, which all these sidewalk projects are, you kind of work with the existing conditions and work within that.
That's good. I was looking at that northwest side from Foster over to Nunn. They've already seeded I'm not sure if we purchased it or how it happened, but they lost a significant portion of their yards to the Lincoln project. I would hate for us to come back and take another chunk for sidewalks. Just wants to be efficient with our land usage. But from hearing you correctly, we already have access to the land, even though the the proposal includes researching access as part of their,
Right, all of them will be surveyed to make sure where the street is, where the property line is, to know what right-of-ways to work with. There are on the trail projects, is known that some of it's crossing private property where there's not an easement, that we actually will need to do acquisition. So there is a part of the contract that actually would do the surveying, identify the meets and bounds of the easement that the city would need to acquire to do that project.
awesome, thank you. And I have one question for Mr. Schaefer, if I can, or Dr. Schaefer. Being an avid consumer of our shared use path and sidewalks,
He's also the chairman, I think, of the
hike and bike.
of that Greenways Sidewalks Committee.
So I think one of the concerns that came up just in the very brief time I had asked about these alleys was that they're a more constricted space. Just as a biker, do you have a strong indication of whether or not people would be more likely to use one along front yards or through the alleys?
I don't. I think it all depends on connectivity, in my opinion. What are you using it for, to connect to what? And, sometimes it might be in the back and sometimes it might be in the front. I do know that I think others might agree with me that sometimes moving behind people's homes is more difficult because they worry about privacy, et cetera, depending on what they're used to, right? So if you try to come in after the fact, after people have been in a place for a long time, and put something new like that either in front or behind, it can be difficult, but behind can be more difficult.
Just from the homeowner's perspective?
From the homeowner's perspective. But in terms of what you're asking, Melissa, I think it can work fine. It depends on what the connection, what it's doing for you, right? Is it getting you from point A to point B in a way that's sufficient or that feels good?
Awesome, thank you. That answered my question.
On that last point, I would think if we're only talking about sidewalks, bicycles are not on sidewalks. Bicycles are supposed to be on streets, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
If we're talking about sidewalks, that's a different kind of a question in terms of whether it's front or behind homes. I think the privacy issue is certainly I can imagine the homeowners in this area, if they saw that the city was going to put sidewalks behind and through those alleys, and I'm not sure how many of those alleys are even open anymore. You'd have to start knocking down fences and sort of people have taken ownership of some of those.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just the efficient use of land, but also, this area in particular, because I experience it every day, there is a tremendous amount of multimodal transportation occurring. And so anything we can do to get them off of the road and into a safe spot would be wonderful.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Yancey had this on his list as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Kane, thanks for running a great capital projects department. I was a little bit disappointed, though, that we're spending or have budgeted almost $6 million in funds for sidewalks, and we're not on the heels of the Northgate Small Area Plan. I didn't see any of that unless I'm looking at the maps wrong. There's no new sidewalk going in Northgate as part of this project, correct?
No, the ones that were identified here were actually, I think Jason mentioned it, but the top 8 of the top 15 sidewalks identified by the Bike Ped Greenways Board, as well as 3 of the top 7 shared use paths. So it came from that list a while back that they selected, and that's what we were moving forward as part of that plan.
Is Northgate next on the
Well,
road?
yeah, I would hope so, Bob. I hope Northgate will come up next, but these, as Jennifer's pointing out, these have been on the plan for a while. So, we're trying to get them in some kind of order. But yes, you're right. Northgate is going to be a priority in the future.
And I assume your answer would be the same, and so my question to you would be the same relative to Welborn football games and the dirt path, compacted dirt path, or is that TxDOT's responsibility and has nothing to do with us? And if it is TxDOT, how can we get sidewalks on Welborn where they're incompleted in many places?
I don't know. Let me ask Jason if they have them there. I'm not sure.
I'm not going to stop the conversation, but we are wandering from this specific agenda item.
Well, we're talking about
I
sidewalks,
do
Mayor.
suggest that the way to do it is to go through the committee that prioritizes these issues, but I'll let staff respond.
Which portion of Welborn, south of Bush?
Welborn,
Or north?
the kids and fans are taken to walk up and down Welborn to and from the football games.
South of George Bush Drive? Or
Both sides of
Or-
George
or-
Bush.
okay, yeah, George Bush Drive will be, there's a shared use path that's part of the Bush-Welborn interchange that TxDOT has funded. So that down from Bush Drive down to, I think just short of Park Place, that there actually will be constructing a shared use path with the project.
Great deal.
I was just going to point out too, and Jason mentioned on that specific, I mean, we've talked about those sidewalks or lack of in places for years. I think the interchange project will certainly address some of it, and then there are some sections beyond that that'll probably tie into it. The other thing is this, these kind of sidewalk projects, this money was put into the budget a few years ago with the idea that it was going to kind of fill in gaps. And not that you couldn't do that in Northgate, but I think even as we, whether it's, past projects that we've, conceived in Northgate or what we're looking at now, when we brought kind of items, blocked in a number in Northgate, I think that's also part of it. So whether it's the Northgate project or any other, these are typically kind of like to fill in areas, but it doesn't preclude you on a big capital project to say, okay, we also need to be doing this. So you could do some sidewalks in Northgate or some other area with this, but you could also go say, we're going to do a Northgate pedestrian project that doesn't have to come out of this dollar amount. So just, there's options there.
Fair enough. And moving it back to this specific item for Mrs. Kane on page 161 of our map. I mean, it is and it isn't, Mayor. I apologize. On 161, the deadhead end of this planned sidewalk is an area I know from going on PD ride-alongs. For some reason that I don't understand, this is a funnel area where suspects that are running on foot, they go through this area right here. And in fact, there was one on the night that I did a ride-along.
For those that can't see it, are you talking about Southland Street at the end of that?
I'm talking about the north, if the map is oriented north, on the northeast end, away from Holloman at, what is that street? Yes, sir, Southland.
Okay, I got you.
So that is a deep, dark hole right there, and it's pretty treacherous for our officers. So dovetailing on what my esteemed colleague said, McElhaney said relative to lighting, it would be great if we could light that place up like a Christmas tree. And with that, I will hush. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions on 7.3? Thank you. I think we're good on that one so far. I did have a citizen ask for 7.5. Mr. Justin Hauk is here. If he's here, let me just read that and then we can proceed. This is for Rainey Whitwell. It's a presentation, discussion, possible action regarding a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2026 annual action plan and the FY 2026 community development budget. She has two different items on here, but this is about the budget itself. Ms. Whitwell, are you here? Okay. Please proceed, sir.
So thank you very much. This is my first time to speak to you all, and it's a great privilege. My name is Justin Hauk, and I served as a member of the Northgate Area Subcommittee. During our walking tour in April, a significant and reoccurring concern was the safety of the sidewalk along University Drive from Welborn to the Dixie Chicken. While council has not yet adopted the Greater Northgate Small Area Plan, I urge you to take action on strategic action item number 1 on page 12, extend pedestrian wall on University Drive. For design, I propose allocating the 12.5% increase in civil engineering personnel budget. And for construction, I propose allocating a portion of the $2,096,457 citywide sidewalks capital allocation, or simply dedicate a line item to the implementation of the Greater Northgate Small Area Plan to this and future budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. You're referring now to this specific item, the 26 budget. Ms. Whitwell, do you have a response to the question? The question is whether we can shift money around in that budget, which I don't have in front of me, but I'm sure it's in my packet if I look it up.
I think he was alluding to the prior agenda item, Mayor. The
No,
prior,
no, he's talking about the budget for 20, he asked for 7.5.
7.5.
Maybe just let me give a general answer and we'll see if it covers it. One, the funds in this item obviously have specific areas and ways they can be used.
Which is CDGB
Yeah,
specific.
as it relates to sidewalk funding or CDBG funding would be one way you could fund sidewalks in certain areas. But if you're talking about that project in general, I will just say, we have been working on that wall since I got here, and there is a pathway towards it. Council can always dedicate money to it as part of a Northgate project or part of something specific, so any of that.
But isn't that a TxDOT study
TxDOT's
going
working on it, yep.
on that, where the wall, the extension of the wall and all that?
Yeah,
sidewalk?
it's not as simple as just having the money to go build the wall.
Oh, absolutely not. And I think what we need to consider is adding a line item to the budget to say, to make a commitment to implementing the plan or implementing something on the Northgate
Oh,
side.
I see. You're not talking about just the CDGB budget.
I'm thinking
You're
about-
talking about the city's budget,
Yeah, absolutely.
which is coming up later
Yes.
during the budget hearing.
Yes.
And you'd like to see something in there to
Absolutely.
address something in the Northgate plan, specifically this in your case.
Absolutely.
Okay, then that's not directed to
Yeah,
the
that was kind of my
CDGB.
point, is there's many ways that you could fund that. This one just wouldn't be one of them.
Yeah, I think the way that there may have been a miscommunication what I signed up to testify for, because originally I signed up to testify directly on the FY26 budget, but there might have been something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the-
okay, you
it's-
might have,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Thank you
We'll,
for hearing me, though. I
Good
appreciate
idea.
that.
Well,
Yeah.
we've heard you, and we will consider it when we talk about the budget.
Absolutely. We'll see
Thank you
all
very
around.
much.
Thank you.
Any other questions on 7.5? Seeing none, and I don't believe any others were identified, we have before us items 7.1 through 7.8 on the consent agenda. Chair will entertain a motion on approval of all of those items.
So move.
Motion by Mr. White. Second by Mr. Wright. Motion made and seconded to approve the consent agenda items. Thank you very much. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Opposed? Motion on consent agenda items is approved unanimously. So we've taken care of the consent agenda. And we will move to the workshop agenda, item 8.1, Mr. Kaler again. This will be a presentation of the presentation, discussion, possible action regarding the fiscal year 2026 Brazos Valley Solid Waste Management Authority Incorporated budget. Mr. Kaler and staff from Bavisma here to present this. Please, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Pete Kaler. I'm Assistant Director of Public Works. I'd like to introduce Deputy Director Samantha Best and Office Manager Juan Espinoza as the presenters of the FY 2026 Bavisma budget.
Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Juan Espinoza, Office Manager for Brazos Valley Solid Waste Management Agency, also known as Bavisma. See some familiar faces here. I also see some new ones. So I'll just start off with a brief history of Bavisma. We were formed in 2010 by both City of Bryan and College Station to operate and manage the Brazos Valley Solid Waste Management Agency. Tonight, what we're here for is to present our FY 2026 budget, and we're going to kick that off. This is our starting slideshow. What we're looking at here is a report that was released in September of 2024. This is showing the statewide average tipping fee for municipal solid waste landfills. In September of 2024, it was reported at $42.86 per ton. We'd like to display that as a base point for our presentation so we can keep that number in mind as we move forward. This here is showing our rates from inception from 2011 all the way to 2026, which is our proposed budget. As you can see, over the years, we have drastically reduced the city's rate. We are very happy and proud to report that we'll be keeping the city rate at 0 for the fiscal year of 2026. And our third-party gate rate will increase to 32. On this budget, our budget process begins mid-April. We start the budget with management, and then we share that budget with TAC, which is our Technical Advisory Committee, that comprised of 2 staff members from each city. After their input, we take that budget to our board of directors, at which time they can approve or deny it. This particular budget has been approved and gone through those processes already, and it has already been presented to the city of Bryan, and tonight we're just presenting it to you. With those landfill rates, that third party, again, is going to increase to 32. The city's rate will remain at 0. The city rate, even although it's 0, it is a net $1.63 negative. So for every ton that the city brings in of trash, Bovisma is going to pay $1.63 of fees on behalf of each city. Some of that's going to go to the TCEQ, and some of it will be allocated to the Grimes County host fee. Collectively, between the two cities, it's approximately about $230,000 for the fiscal year that we'll pay on behalf of both cities. So that's an additional savings there. As we look forward, if we want to compare that gate rate at the 32, which is the proposed gate rate for third-party volume, at the average 75,000 tons a year that the city of College Station brings in, that's a net savings of $2.4 million. If we were to look at the state average, which again is that 4286 number that we looked at first, that would be a $3.2 million savings if the city was paying the state average. Collectively, between both cities, the gate rate's a $4.5 million savings, and compared to the state average, a little over $6 million savings. So that's a net positive for both cities. A budget overview, again, this is what's been approved by our board of directors. For our fiscal year 2026, our revenue is at $13.4 million. Our operating expenses are at $9.8 million. And our capital expense is at $4.6 million for a total expense of $14.4 million. Again, we're going to highlight that the city rates will remain at 0. Some of the major capital expenses for fiscal year 2026 are going to include heavy equipment replacement, roadway improvements, landfill expansion, and debt service. Some of those roadway improvements, if you've ever been to the landfill, we do have 3 scales that operate that site. One scale we have allocated primarily for the use of city vehicles that come in. They have a speed tag on it, and so they're able to bypass the full-service lanes. Obviously, this next slide is going to show a little bit on the history of this, but on that blue line on the bottom, that was our first 12 months in operation. So we were averaging anywhere between 6,000 to 8,000 transactions per month. The previous 12 months from today, we're averaging 12,000 to 16,000 transactions per month. So our volume and our traffic flow has increased. We just hit our 14-year anniversary earlier this month. And so we do see that jump in traffic flow. So what we're doing in our capital expenditures for that roadway maintenance is repairing some of the road, but also improving it and widening it so that we can get a longer queue for the city trucks to actually get into that scale faster so that they can get to the tipping area faster and then get back out on the road faster. In addition to this, some of those roadway improvements, we're looking at additional roads exiting the landfill area so that they can get back out in a safer, more efficient way to get back out to their routes, to be able to be more efficient for their routes to be picked up. With that, I'm going to hand the rest of the presentation over to our Deputy Director, Samantha Best, and then we can take any questions or comments.
Juan. Okay. Speaking of load counts, comparisons, a lot of traffic coming in, and this is not the only operation that we have going on at the Twin Oaks landfill. We also have a Type 9 operation that's going on at our site. It's co-located, and it's the Twin Oaks Renewables RNG natural gas plant. So there is a little bit of a dance with our operations, all those trucks coming in, and their operations. We currently have 168 extraction wells on our landfill footprint. And it's a little bit of push and pull, but we all have a common goal, and that's to get as much gas out of the landfill as possible and get those city vehicles and our third-party vehicles in and out safely without damaging anything. We have had record flows the last 2 months at that facility, and we're currently on track at that plant to have the highest flow rate for the month of July. We have a 20-year agreement with Morrow Renewables, and we are approaching year 3. We do have an opportunity at the end of our agreement to extend that for another 5 years. And they're a great operation. We're, I think, a great operation, and it's a wonderful partnership. They are top-notch, and we are so fortunate to have them on our site and doing a little green magic with our landfill gas. We are beginning to do a pipeline relocation project in cooperation with Morrow Energy, or Twin Oaks Renewables, and Energy Transfer, which is the pipeline that currently takes the renewable natural gas from that facility. Again, it's been operating since December of 2022. They got that plant operational within 6 months, so it's kind of, that's Texas boys for you, though. They got it done. That plant has sequestered enough carbon to offset a little over 370,000 acres of U.S. forest for some of our greener folks here on council. And the equivalent of carbon dioxide emissions from about 704,000 barrels of oil and 34 million gallons of gasoline. It's also produced enough energy to heat 8,900 homes. We are also working diligently on our landfill expansion. The expansion was first made public in our Grimes County host fee agreement back in 2002. If you've driven down Highway 30, you have seen our signs indicating that we own that property, and it is identified as future landfill expansion. So the neighbors in that area are aware that we do have plans to expand. We are working on the permitting process. It is, it can be very lengthy, and the years that it takes to get that complete can vary. We are doing geotechnical work at the moment, so soil borings and groundwater monitoring. I think we have about 12 months of that already, data prepared. And we're kind of waiting and seeing how the waters of the U.S. situation pans out with intermittent and ephemeral streams, and any impacts to that could trigger fish and wildlife, endangered species, that sort of thing. But we're always doing the right thing, and will continue to do so. We have done flower surveys in the expansion area for about 6 years, so we've already identified where those Navasota ladies tresses are, and we are designing our expansion project to minimize the impacts to those flowers. Our current compaction and waste acceptance rate, we have about 34 years remaining with our current footprint. So what we have right now, and we are looking obviously to double that capacity and add another 45 years of capacity to the Twin Oaks landfill. The major permit amendment, which will add that additional capacity, we're going to submit that as early as the spring of 2027. And if all goes well, meaning there's no public comments and there's not a contested case hearing, we could receive that permit as early as spring of 2028. If it is a contested case hearing, we're not anticipating that. We're great neighbors. But if something were to go, the longer route, it could be late 2031 that we would receive that. We do not need to use that property again for another 45 years. We are utilizing it, though, for excess soil stockpiles. Another thing that we're working on behind the scenes is we do have a closed landfill on Rock Prairie Road. We received TCEQ official closure certification on that site in 2014. So we do have another 19 years of post-closure care that we will be doing, which means we are monitoring the groundwater. We're maintaining the site and the gas and just making sure that we're good neighbors. One of the ways that we're doing that is we're keeping about 350 tanker trucks off the road so far by what we like to call the innovative acre. It is 1 acre of vetiver grass that is on top of the landfill cap, and we feed it, I like to call it a shot glass a day of leachate to those plants. And so far, they have consumed about 1.7 million gallons of leachate. And that's given us a cost savings so far, a cost avoidance to haul that off and dispose of that somewhere in Houston of about $700,000 so far. If you've not seen that facility, if you've not been to the Twin Oaks landfill before, we invite you guys out to come and see it. It's really a neat operation. There's 99 Type 1 landfills in the state of Texas, and we are the only one that has this type of phytoutilization project permitted on a closed landfill. What a lot of your residents may know us for is our household hazardous waste and computer collection event. We have that hosted twice a year at the old University Services Building, which is the entrance to that's off of Harvey Road. Our next event is Saturday, October 18th of this year. So if you have some items that we, as collections, doesn't want you to put in their garbage containers, you can bring that out free of charge. At our spring event, we had almost 2,300 participants that came to our event. And with that, I'd like for you all to connect with us on some of our social media. We have a Facebook, we have an Instagram, and we have a LinkedIn. We do have a new, she just, I think, celebrated her first year anniversary. We do have a public communications and multimedia marketing employee on hand, and she's putting a lot of great content out there. She's able to communicate what we do in layman's terms. When you do something every day for decades, it's kind of hard to explain it to someone who may not be familiar with our operation and what we do and why we do that. And so she's been a great asset to our team. And with that, Juan and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do you have any questions from the council for the Mr. Kaler or the presenters? Seeing Mr. Yancey, please. I think your microphone's not on.
By all accounts, it's a fantastic organization, and the cities are getting a fantastic deal in this intermunicipal cooperation venture. You are a 30% gross operating margin organization, right? Were it not for the capital, $4.6 million, do you put about that much capital in every year to the organization? What historically, what does that look like?
What you're seeing in capital, the equipment is rather expensive. One of our compactors is about $1.5 million to replace. Another big ticket item in the budget for replacement this upcoming fiscal year is an excavator, one of our larger excavators to move overburden material.
So a lot of your very expensive equipment, you're able to fund out of your gross operating margin without incurring debt.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I'm a little confused on if the gas system is doing great, and I've no doubt that it is, why the 60 or roughly two-thirds decline in your projected receipts on gas royalties from 2.96 million all the way down to 1 million for 2026?
We are taking a conservative approach with the gas royalties and the revenues. We don't know what's on the horizon with the changes in some of the energy policies that are coming through with the administration, and so we are erring on the side of caution. But rent prices have been down. We do expect those to go up, but again, we can't predict, and so we are erring on the side of caution. We are currently receiving about $200,000 in revenue each month from the facility. But again, we can't predict what's going to happen with renewable energy. It is natural gas, so we're hoping that it would be stable moving forward, but we can't predict that.
And when you expand your footprint, proportionately, the gas royalty is going to go up as you install that system. Of course, that'll probably take years, I guess.
They are very aggressive. Morrow Energy is very aggressive. They have plans to do more extraction wells in the month of September. So just as soon as we get some trash down, they're coming in and doing horizontal wells and vertical horizontal wells and vertical wells.
So it's conceivable, not just conceivable, but probable, if I look at your history with that revenue stream, that after you doubled the size of the landfill, the gas royalty will overtake your tipping fees as your primary source of revenue. You could, if you followed 2025's track, you guys could be generating $6 million plus out there in gas royalty, right?
I hope so.
Could I just add that those gas royalties are dependent on the renewable credits, which are
RINs.
tied to government decision-making, and given what the uncertainty around some of those, if the renewable credits go away, this whole thing turns out to be a lot thinner slice. It's still going to produce the gas. Probably somebody will buy it, but there won't be a whole lot of margin left in it. But that's dependent on government policy, so that's why they're being as conservative as they are. But your point's well taken, and the board is actually interested in the same questions you're asking.
Yes, that's a very good question. And again, we evaluate our budget once a year. So as we continue to build this trend out and able to see what that's changing like year to year, we're able to increase that and get our budget further in line and then stretch it out. We try to look at the first 3 to 5 years and base it on that, but we can increase this, and that's our plan, is to adjust that yearly.
And the gas royalty isn't 100% dependent upon the public sector or government credits. I'm sure you sell some of it on the.
There's a price for the brown gas, right? That part, but then a majority of that revenue is going to come from the renewable energy credits that other companies have to purchase to offset their footprint.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
Mr. Shaver?
So I just want to say thanks. I mean, Ms. Best, how long have you been with Bavizma?
Just a few years.
A long time, right? And I don't know, Mr. Espinoza, how long you've been with them, but I would just say, Samantha, that we really appreciate it, and that I've known you for a long time, and I know that your orientation toward doing things the way you're doing them is really positive. The gas extraction is something I know that happens a lot of other places now, but it didn't happen on our old landfill. But the Leche project you've got is a really good example of these kinds of forward-looking ideas about how we handle our waste in ways that benefit us financially and help with the bigger environment. So thank you both for the work you do in this area.
Of course, thank you.
Good to see you, Samantha. I didn't even know you were still out there. I think it's been more than a few years, because I don't think I've seen you in maybe 10 or more. But anyway, a quick question on the old landfill. We've got the 1 acre. Is there a reason why we couldn't do a larger patch of grass? And then secondly, a little off topic, Mayor, what are the potential uses? What could that site be used for? I know there are limitations. Is it completely off limits for a certain amount of time, or is there a certain point at which we could use it for a park or something else?
That's a great question. So to answer your first question, the Vetiver Field, there's 1 acre. So far, it's consuming just a portion of the leachate that we've been recirculating for a number of years. We want to tie in the west side, the side that is closest to Texas Independence Park, or what was Texas Independence Park. We'd like to do that in the next year or so. The plant is very forgiving. It's drought tolerant, it's non-invasive, and it likes the nutrients and things that are in the leachate. It's a remarkable plant. We'd like to, I think that 1 acre can handle it. Your second question, what can you do with a closed landfill? We have 19 more years of post-closure care out there, but you are very limited with what you can do on top of a waste mass. You cannot put any structures up there because of differential settlement and subsidence, and then obviously there is a methane gas issue. And so very limited what you can do on top of a closed landfill. But around that, there are opportunities.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. I think the item before us is to accept this budget and approve it. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Schaefer and seconded by Mr. Yancey. No further questions. If there are none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved, and we thank you again for outstanding operations, generating revenue, and allowing us to enjoy a zero tipping fee. Both cities, the owners of this, benefit from it, the citizens benefit from it, and I think that's due to really good management. So please express our appreciation to Mr. Griesbach as well. I know he's out of town for family issue, but I really think you guys do just a greater job than he does. So tell him he doesn't have to come next year. You guys come and do this
He's
project.
probably watching right now.
Oh, you
from
think he is?
Wisconsin.
Well, okay,
Yes.
Brian. Here's to you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kaler, thank you very much. I think that's the end of this presentation. Okay, that was item 8.1 on the workshop. Our next item on workshop is 8.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the second phase of the Convention Center feasibility study. Mr. Cook.
Yes. Jeremiah Cook, Assistant Director, Tourism. Thank you so much for the opportunity to bring this second phase of the feasibility study. So in October of 2024, Council approved a contract with Hunden Strategic Partners to conduct the Convention Center feasibility analysis. And it was broken into 2 phases. We brought the first phase of that in February, and at that time, Council directed us to move forward with phase 2. So this is the final phase of this study, and after the presentation tonight, we'll be looking for direction from Council on next steps. With that, I will bring up Matt from Hunden Partners.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for having us back in College Station. It's great to be here presenting phase 2 of our assessment for the Convention Center as well as a headquarter hotel. So just to talk a little bit more, we are global advisors in this space, and we find ourselves at the intersection of real estate development, tourism development, as well as economic development. And we do these projects across the country that provide great placemaking endeavors for communities. As Jeremiah mentioned, we had previously presented our phase 1, which was really that market demand and confirming that there is a significant opportunity here within College Station for a convention and event complex. Phase 2 of this assessment that we'll go through today is going to talk about the site evaluation that we conducted and start to look at some conceptual planning. I'll have my colleague Paul step up from TVS Designs, and then we'll go into some of the demand financial projections, financing options, as well as the economic impacts of the proposed project that we've put together throughout this feasibility study. In terms of our phase 1 recap, we found throughout that assessment that College Station finds itself in a great market position for an asset like this within the community. We heard that through our conversations with many meeting planners and organizations in terms of the geographic position, attracting many folks from the surrounding major markets into College Station for events, entertainment, as well as sports. Finally, from an industry perspective, the industry has recovered quite well and has continued to do so. The confidence is high. You're seeing that in other developments across the country, as well as in the state here, in terms of creating these dynamic convention event complexes with mixed-use environments surrounding them. In terms of the local market today, there's significant lost business and opportunity from convention and events. And this opportunity would allow the economy to diversify itself and fill some of those shoulder seasons or slower seasons when the market isn't as active with visitors and collegiate events. Finally, in terms of our conclusions, which we'll touch on today before we set up the economic, financial, and site assessment, is the opportunity is for a dynamic, flexible event space. You'll see that shown in our recommendations. And there's a strong need for a headquarter hotel to be associated with that, to be able to accommodate those room nights on site, creating a great event environment. In terms of our market engagement throughout this study, I want to hit on a few main points here. Some of this is summary of last time, but we chatted with many state associations, as well as other groups, all demonstrating a positive outlook for this opportunity within the market and high interest in hosting events in College Station if there were a facility to be built here. The emphasis on size was anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 of sellable function space. You'll see that shown in our recommendations here shortly. And then finally, the last few points I want to hit on this slide is the need for hotel connectivity as well as walkability to existing bars, restaurants, entertainment, and other hotels. This matters in a second when we start to look at the scoring matrix of where this could be located in the city. Finally, one concerns that we did hear throughout this assessment was the airlift. We felt this was something to note. However, we feel given this would be significantly drive-in business that would come from the other surrounding markets, it isn't significant or contingent on the overall performance. Before I turn it to Paul to step up to talk about costs as well as some of the plans that we've put together for this study, I wanted to recap on our recommendations and the confirmation of these recommendations after running the financials. In terms of the project components, we've programmed for a 35,000 square foot exhibit hall that would include the ballroom as well, enabling flexibility within those spaces. So combined, those would scale up to 65,000 total square feet of space. The convention center would also include a 12,000 square foot junior ballroom as well as 24,000 square feet of meeting rooms. Connected to the convention center would be 400 hotel rooms with its own package of meeting space across a 15,000 square foot ballroom, 8,000 square feet of a junior ballroom space, and then 7,000 square feet of meeting rooms. Finally, you'll see our parking space requirements there. The total facility, this is the sellable space shown here. The convention center would also have back of house, which would total the facility at 212,000 total square feet of space. So I'll invite Paul up from our team to talk a little bit more about costs as we proceed through.
Thank you. Just to introduce myself, my name is Paul McKeever. I'm an architect with TVS based in Atlanta. We are kind of developed a reputation in the industry for doing a lot of public assembly buildings, and so we've done 80 such buildings seen built through, including a few in Texas, in McAllen, and in Corpus Christi. We're currently working on the Fort Worth Convention Center and the expansion there, as well as another venue in South Padre. And these are big numbers, and convention centers construction costs we're seeing these days at about $1,000 a square foot. And so that's where we see this hard cost of $212 million for the convention center itself. Additionally, with the convention center, hotel, and parking, you've got additional soft costs, and then factoring in contingencies for construction and owner's contingency, we're looking at approximately a $500 million investment here, capital investment for the project. So we did conduct a market-wide site evaluation as part of this phase 2, and it started off with a tour around College Station and surrounding areas, Bryan County, and we honed in on the areas that really scored the highest here, were the areas that were located towards these kind of downtown or cores of, you could say, activated zones. So it's really, above all else, it's important for these venues to be located near quality hotels and walkable neighborhoods with other supported land uses. And so you can see here there's 5 sites that it was narrowed down to in terms of the ranking, and those are listed from the highest ranking at the top to the lowest at the bottom here. And so there were 4 main categories that were considered: site configuration, neighborhood characteristics, actual site analysis, and some additional land factors. And something that's key to note here is that, that this was looking at the market and the land and the areas that are developed at this time. It was also looking at potential for future master plans that could come online in these areas that would also have future supportive land uses. So those are the types of factors that were considered, and these rankings could ultimately change depending on future projects that may come online. So you can see on this map the focus areas. There definitely is the quantity of existing hotel stock was located along University Avenue, so you can see there was a high focus in that area. So we developed concept plans for the program that was developed by Hunt and Associates, and this is a plan here that's remains kind of agnostic to any particular one site, but it does test fit the amount of land that would be needed to build such a venue with the current program, and that would be approximately 18 acres. The layout here is very flexible and functional. You can see the 2 main spaces are the ballroom and the exhibit hall, which could be linked together. There's just a few things I want to note here. I'm not going to dive into a lot of detail on these plans, but as we look at and consider the various sites and the acreages that are available, one good thing to have in mind is locating the surface parking next to the exhibit hall, which would allow for a future expansion. As these facilities grow, and really as they come online and the clients grow, you get more and more business. The idea is that ultimately the clients will come back and their events will grow, and they come back and they ask for more space. So ultimately you always want these venues to be able to expand. So that's just a key consideration if we're considering sites that dip down below this kind of 18-acre threshold. Another consideration is if we do look at, oftentimes these urban areas have more density and less land that's available. So if you were to look at a, say, 12 to 14 acre site, then you would likely have to do all structured parking and potentially stack more of the building program, which would make the project more expensive. So those are other considerations here. Additionally, I wanted to note that the convention center, which is located on the left of the plan here, and the hotel that is located on the right of the plan, It's good to keep them on separate parcels so that they could be built at different times. And the hotel itself, looking at it, and now this is a section at the top and the upper floors of the hotel, but the hotel really does need its own function space so that they can operate independently from the convention center with their own events. And having a direct connection to the convention center is key, which you see in the bridge there that connects the two.
Thank you, Paul. So moving forward, we are going to now talk a little bit about the return on investment. Those numbers were high, but I want to spend quite a bit of time here talking about the return for the city, what this could mean for the greater economy, as well as how these projects get funded. There's creative ways and tools within the state of Texas that allow for these projects to recapture state taxes and provide great benefit to communities. So to begin, just a few snapshots here that we'll go into detail on the following slides. We projected out and produced detailed financial projections for the hotel as well as the convention center. Here shown is the hotel demand projections. We assume the hotel to perform by year 4 at a 71% stabilized occupancy and a 221 average daily rate. And then shown at the bottom, the 30-year economic impact, which we'll show more in detail on the following slides. These values are net new to College Station, so all incremental above what's occurring today, as well as they do not account for activity that would occur in the city of Bryan. So these are only to the city here. To summarize, $2.8 billion in net new spending, $431.3 in net new earnings, supporting annually 261 new full-time jobs, and $83.6 million in net new tax revenue. To go through those spending figures, you'll see shown here over that 30-year time period, that equates to $1.6 billion in net new direct spending, the $693.5 million in indirect spending, which is that business-to-business spending that would occur, and then $506.1 million in induced spending within the city. In terms of tax revenue, $24.5 million in city sales tax generation, $49.5 million in city hotel tax generation, and then $9.6 million in property tax, largely occurring from the hotel development attached. And you'll see here in a second, we're going to go through some quick case studies on other examples that validate and show backing to these projections shown here. I talked a little bit about the hotel projections in terms of the occupancy and rate, but we wanted to spend a little bit more time on the convention center itself. So here you'll see we show the revenue and expense projections for the convention center itself over the 30-year time frame. I will say that these buildings commonly, if not always, operate in a deficit. You'll see we assume by stabilization the convention center itself to operate at a $1.6 million deficit. Those future increases of that deficit are solely due to inflation, which we assumed at 3%. So stabilizing at approximately a $1.6 million deficit, which is a negative 18% margin. However, compared to that net new spending in the community, which in year 5 would be $77 million. This is where these venues are shown to provide a return on investment to the overall community. This does not include debt service. We did not show those on this slide because we want to talk about strategies to covering the debt service payments through tax revenues generated in the community as well as tax revenues from a state level, which we'll show here in a second. So how to fund the project. There are many tools and mechanisms that are available and out there within the state that can be leveraged and utilized to fund such a significant and impactful project that we're talking about here today. You'll see highlighted a few that are very key and critical and could be great options to funding this overall project. And we'll talk a little bit more about those as we go through. So first, I want to talk about TERS or TIF districts. There is the potential to create a TIF or TERS district within wherever this is located to capture incremental revenues within that area to help fund portions of the project. Two, I want to spend a little bit more time on are the project finance zone as well as HB 4347. Both of these programs are a recapture of state revenues. The project finance zone, you all are currently not written into the legislation. However, there is opportunity to do so in the next legislative session. We just got Corpus written in for the American Bank Center in the past legislative session. So they are now allowed to capture incremental state hotel taxes over the next 30 years to fund their convention center. The cities that are currently in that legislation are Fort Worth, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Corpus, and Houston, where we're also working right now. This tool enables for a 3-mile radius to be drawn around the qualifying convention center and capturing all future incremental hotel tax, sales tax, as well as mixed beverage tax from the state. So those are state monies that would flow to help support the project. You'll see us talk about the Dallas Convention Center here in a sec. That $2.2 billion plus development for the Kay Bailey Hutchinson project is largely funded through PFZ that was established during COVID, where that baseline was set quite low when hotels were performing not in the capability they are today. Before I move forward, the last one that I want to touch on is HB 4347. This enables for a 1,000-foot radius from the qualifying convention center to capture 10 years of state hotel, mixed beverage, as well as sales tax within that 1,000-foot radius. So similarly, capturing state taxes to fund the project. So a few examples. I mentioned Kay Bailey Hutchinson. This is a $3.7 billion development. To fund this overall project, the city increased their hot tax by 2%, which is estimated at $1.5 billion over 30 years to go back to the project. And then, as I mentioned, that project finance zone, which is the incremental 3-mile radius of hot, sales, and mixed beverage, are estimated to total $2.2 billion, which are all flowing back from state tax funds generated. So to talk a little bit more about the others shown, Austin Convention Center is going through their revitalization now at an estimated $1.6 billion cost. They have funded this project through a 2% increase in hot. They've retained the incremental hot sales and mixed beverage through the PFZ. And then convention center revenues from operations in terms of fees and services are reinvested back into the project. Finally, Irving, the city used hot revenue, certificates of obligation for $126 million. They also, similar to the other two, did a 2% raise to their hotel occupancy tax to repay those bonds. And then the Irving CVB budget covers all capital needs for the facility in terms of overruns and capital expenditures. And then finally, facility revenues and the Irving Convention Center Visitors Bureau cover the operating needs of the asset itself. So we wanted to talk today about a few other examples in other parts of the country and not just focus on those in major markets around you. So we've identified 3 examples from communities that are very similar to College Station today and projects they've completed as well as the returns these communities have seen. To begin, we want to spend a little time on the Mayo Civic Center in Rochester, Minnesota. They completed an $85 million expansion, and to do so, they increased their hot by 3%. and then the state provided a $35 to $37 million in bonding for construction and planning. And in terms of the return on investment for the city of Rochester, over the past, or since the expansion was completed in 2017, they saw an average annual increase in 10.1% for hotel tax, as well as an increase of 5.7% for sales tax. So the demand generated by the expansion and the sales tax and hotel tax that was a result really encapsulated the return on investment the community saw by expanding the center. Similar to College Station in Rochester, Minnesota, it's a small community that has one main anchor institution being Mayo, so we felt that was a great example to use here. A few others, Manhattan Conference Center in Manhattan, Kansas, $178 million project, funded through a variety of sources you'll see here in terms of public, private contributions. The point that I want to hit on is the city contributed an additional $35.7 million, or only 20% of the overall project cost. So all of those other sources in terms of state revenues and local taxes that were generated and private capital resulted in the city coming up with 20% of the total project cost. Finally, in Tucson, last example here before we get to some of the concluding slides, they improved their center through a $122 million investment over 8 years. They utilized the TIF district to contribute $70 million to the renovation and campus-wide improvements. And then that district issued $38 million in bonds, and then the city contributed the remaining 16% of the overall cost, which was $20 million. So to summarize, what we've done here on this slide is to show the impact of these funding mechanisms on the overall project. So by leveraging these tools and working collectively to get you all within the PFZ legislation, to get you within HB 4347, which we've seen successful and been successful in other communities, there's the opportunity to lessen the burden on city tax sources and primarily utilizing tax revenues generated by the project itself. Shown in the graph on the right, based on the other projects that we have shown, that city-sourced contribution is anywhere from 15 to 50% for the convention center facility, with state and other sources contributing between 50 and upwards of 85% of the total cost. A key thing that you saw on the last few slides was the increase of hotel tax from 7 to 9%, utilizing an additional 2. That is something that many other communities are doing across the state to fund these projects. Finally, on the headquarter hotel side of things, these are typically public-private projects. They can be city-owned assets, but typically these large projects are a partnership. And what we're seeing in the industry is they are typically a 50-50 contribution. There are many examples of different deals that have been struck at different percentages, but for sake of the discussion today and the study, these are typically really a 50-50 partnership in some form or fashion to fund the headquarter hotel associated with this project. The tools we have shown on the left to get towards that funding package, I mentioned HB 4347 utilizing the 10-year rebate of state hot sales and mixed beverage. That is a significant contributor to that 50%, as well as looking at hotel-generated tax revenues on site, potential TIF or TERS. And then there are approaches that developers have used, such as looking at the 501c3 tax-exempt bond approach, which could be in the form of city ownership of the asset, which has been proven beneficial in cities like Houston, as well as other major cities, or it can remain in private hands under that approach under a nonprofit model. All to be determined, all on the table. For sake of this study, we wanted to show that there are options out there to fund these assets. So to conclude, there's a lot of work to be done here if you all proceed with a project of this magnitude within the city of College Station. We feel there's strong opportunity for College Station with a project like this in the community. It's contingent on forming great partnerships, working on legislation, getting you all within the project finance zone legislation as well as others, and starting to figure out site as well as overall financing. We don't say yes every day to projects. We don't pass them through. There are projects that don't pass the smell test. We've had several recently where we've said no and said this isn't a good deal for a community. It's really contingent on putting together that funding, look at risk, look at overall return, and come up with a scenario where it benefits everyone involved. These are great community benefit assets as shown in the revenues that can be generated from a sales tax perspective, hotel tax, and overall development in the community. They take a lot of work, but they prove to be beneficial to the overall community in the end. In terms of next steps, from our perspective, starting to look at partnerships for this, we showed the net economic impact to the city of College Station, but where this facility is located will significantly benefit the city of Bryan as well. Those impacts are not shown here, but that is something that we can begin to collectively talk about in terms of the benefits that would be seen across the entire region and not just in the city itself. Identifying a development site, our site evaluation today was site agnostic. It looked at core nodes of activity and where this should best be located to meet the performance metrics shown. So that is a critical piece, is identifying that development site. And then finally, design, budget, financing, and governance. I mentioned Corpus Christi and getting them into the project finance zone. We stood before them and gave a similar presentation of our market findings. Once that moved forward, we started getting into working with bond counsel, finance authority, working with lobbyists to get them written into the legislation. So the work starts today if you would like to proceed forward with this with staff on board. But it takes a lot of work getting these things done, but there's great opportunity to do so. Whether it's with us, with another partner, we'd love to be at the table because we truly believe there's an opportunity here. So with that, I'll open it up for questions, comments from council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Let me just start on my right with place 2 and ask for each of you to ask questions. If you have questions, explore some, and we'll move to the left. Mr. Wright.
I actually was not here for the first presentation, so this was good to see this. At the beginning of the presentation, you kind of mentioned that our bread and butter would be state associations, more or less, right? Which is probably a capped type of conference. Are our state association conferences growing?
Yes. So we have found through conversations with several state associations that they are back in person, and they are meeting and always looking for new facilities across the state to hold those. We chatted with the Embassy Suites in San Marcos, which is a facility in the beginning stages of this study that we looked at, and they host quite a bit of state association business as well as others across the state. So they are back in full force.
Okay, that kind of leads into my second question, which, like I said, forgive me, I was not here for the last time. My understanding of this, of the conference business, is that it was stagnant post-COVID and that it hadn't necessarily grown as much as probably that it would. And it's actually been stagnant and not growing at the rate it should be for over like 20 years now. That's my understanding from some things that I've read. I don't know if that's what you're seeing out there. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming the folks you're calling aren't going to be like, this is dead. You know, they're hyping themselves up as well. Obviously, am I wrong here? Perfectly fine to say that I'm wrong. It's not growing at the rate that it probably
So from an industry perspective, we have seen that it has rebounded to post-COVID levels. People are back in person. They are meeting. They want to be in person. Industry projections, and I believe you all have our full study. There's quite a bit of industry material in there. We're seeing about a 9% compound annual growth rate. So we are seeing growth overall in the industry. There still is some hybrid format, but people want to be back in person. So from an industry perspective, we do feel there is an optimistic outlook, and that was reflected through our conversations.
One last question is, and again, forgive me if this has been covered before, is there any part of this that kind of overviews our area to whether or not we have the right attractions to get people here? We can have the nicest facility. It can be in the middle of the triangle, but when I go to conferences, it's places that have other things to do when you're not at the conference. Is any part of this study kind of highlight our area to say, hey, we're really attractive, but you need a roller coaster? I mean, that's an extreme example, but something like that, because other cities have those things that we just don't. You can eat here, you can drink here, and you can sleep here. And a lot of, there's not much else in terms of attracting people year after year.
Yeah, that is a great question. It definitely, quality of place matters. You look at the major markets like Vegas, there's a reason why Vegas is one of the best conference and convention markets in the country. My answer to that would be we conducted a tourism assessment for the local community, as well as looking at where this could be located. I think that's reflected in our site matrix in terms of where the location could be. We also heard from many folks when we talked to some of those meeting planners that the A&M image is huge. Even from, many people are alums and love to come back here and love to, contribute to the community. So I think that presence in town, we've seen it with other campuses, but reigns true here.
Yeah.
So I think that is a huge benefit in terms of drawing people back, especially related to the association business.
Yeah.
So we heard that from many conversations. You are right. There aren't, a ton of attractions for people, for things to do, but the restaurant scene, you have some great hotels. It isn't the middle of nowhere. It's right in the middle of several of the largest population hubs in the country. We feel it's a strong location and able to host events.
Thank you.
Mr. White?
Thank you so much. Very exciting presentation, very comprehensive presentation, and this is my industry. Associations, I think they are coming back. I don't have any data of them actually, coming back, but I've talked to a lot of my colleagues that are, meeting planners, executive directors, and face-to-face meetings are definitely coming back. We're in the process of planning a couple of them myself. So I believe this is a great opportunity for College Station. The 5 areas that you selected, those weren't ranked, right? Those, you didn't rank them, you just put them those right there.
Yep.
So your research did not show that one would be better. I think I read that the advantage would be that it would be adjacent to restaurants and economics. So some of those stand out more than others whenever you're using that definition as well.
Yes.
You mentioned on one of your slides that kind of the model would be to use an upper scale hotel. What is your definition of an upper scale? Is it the Ritz-Carlton or Marriott? What is your definition of that?
Yep, so the upper upscale chain scale of hotels would be your JW Marriotts, your Omnis, your Embassy Suites, your DoubleTrees. That is the caliber of hotel within that chain scale, or the Hilton brands like the Hilton Americas. That is obviously a major full service convention hotel, but We're not talking the luxury segment. The luxury segment is a step above that, which would include your Ritz-Carltons, your Conrads, your Four Seasons. So it's that JW level or similar brands within the major brand families that we're talking about.
And our visitors can sustain that type of level of hotel, according to your research. Is that correct?
Correct. We feel strongly that 400 rooms adjacent and connected to this convention center would support a hotel of that caliber. A huge piece of that is growing the pie of demand. So we project with this convention center around 200,000 additional visitors to College Station each year, many of which would stay in that hotel. So it grows the pie of demand rather than segments existing. So
I've been to a lot of conferences where the convention center is actually connected to the hotel. I think your projection is more of a bridge type of thing. Why that and not actually connected?
So I will answer that, and then I will have our design expert come up and answer it as well. So we obviously took a site agnostic approach. We feel that those assets need to be connected. They need to be connected either through a sky bridge or directly. We've shown it this way, but as we narrow down on an actual site where this could be located, that may look different. But Paul, I don't know if you wanted to touch on it.
Sure, and oftentimes we find that the convention centers, you definitely want to build the convention center and the hotel at similar times, but often they're built with separate funds, with separate teams, and having them next to each other, being able to be built on different time scales by different contractors, whatever it may be, is seen as a benefit. Now, there are models that builds the hotel and convention center and combines them, but that's not really the cost model that we were looking at here.
So they're not going to be being built simultaneously. One's going to be built and then the next one, and then we're going to connect them with the sky bridge.
Typically, we'll see the convention center will be built, and then at some point, the hotel it may start construction while the convention center is finishing, or it would come soon thereafter.
Thank you. What do you think of adding another component to this, and a little bit about what my colleague was referring to? What about adding a multi-use facility connected? I know you're talking conventions right now, but that's a big driver, and we're looking for some big driver economically. Did that come up in any of y'all's discussion with any of these industry groups?
Yes. So in terms of what we've programmed here, and I think I get where you're going with this. We heard that there's a need for entertainment in the market. We feel the program that we've put forth in terms of the exhibit hall and being able to flex that space can accommodate some concerts, other live events. So that would be within here. Our scope was to directly look at the convention and hotel facility. So we did not expand beyond that. We feel there is a need for entertainment. We feel the facility can accommodate some of that within the bounds of it. But looking beyond to other entertainment users or uses in conjunction with this, we didn't look
So could there be a sports focus to that as well? I mean, just from a convention center ballroom, we couldn't do sports, but there's others, cities around that use that type of facility combined with sports plus entertainment.
There are many examples across the country of arenas connected to convention event facilities, but we didn't look closely at it or program in this, but there's an opportunity to combine those uses.
And we're also seeing a lot of sports uses within the venues too. We just recently opened a venue that had a volleyball event that actually ended up taking up all the exhibit halls plus the ballroom.
Right, right. Yeah, we have that volleyball, then the next day we can bring in a rodeo. I mean, you know,
That's right.
I mean, there's a
Yep.
different facets, different type of, you know. One last question, and then I'll let my colleagues answer. And I'm curious about the bonding for the 501c3. Can you expand a little bit on how that would work?
Yes, so in the example in Irving, Garfield Public Private, which is a group in Texas that likes to do these tax exempt deals, they utilize preferential financing. However, it maintains ownership within a 501c3 entity. So in that example, the private group that brought funds to the table created a special purpose entity that was in nonprofit distinction that received preferential rates under a tax exempt status to build the Westin there for the Irving Convention Center. There is the approach to have the city own that asset, which is a similar, and we're not saying that that is the direction to go. I don't think you all want to be in the hotel business. But similar to what has been done in Houston with the Houston First Corporation, they own the Hilton there. So the tax exempt bond approach has been used, can be used, and it's preferential financing in terms of rates.
One more question. You said that College Station passes the smell test, right? I mean, in your professional experience doing a lot of these, you basically have seen, do you feel like this is a high rate of success or is average rate of success? I mean, are we, you know, I think we're perfectly located in the triangle. I think there's a huge advantage to that. In your opinion, in all the research that you've done, what kind of success rate do you think it would be?
We feel strongly that the opportunity is there. There is quite a bit of uncertainty in the industry. So to give an answer in terms of the level of success, I mean, we're seeing Dallas improving their facility. We're seeing Houston improve their facility. Not that you all would be competing directly with those, but there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of future changes. We feel, based on the location of College Station and the group feedback that we heard from planners, that there is opportunity to be a great host city with a complex like this. So in terms of level, saying this is going to be the most successful facility in the country, I can't tell you that today from this feasibility study, but I can tell you that we work in a lot of markets across the country where we feel the opportunity isn't as great as here.
Thank you. I'm very excited about this. Thank you.
Just want to make one quick clarification. Councilmember White asked if the sites that were provided in the presentation were ranked. They were ranked from the highest. So starting with the Texas University Drive intersection, that was the highest ranked site.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Ostrowski, thank you very much. That was exactly what I was going to try to sort out, but I appreciate the clarification because that, when I heard the presentation, he did say those were prioritized. Now, based on those four categories below. I'm going to continue on down the line with Ms. McElhaney.
Thank you for presenting this. You had mentioned during your presentation that we had the report. Has that been?
For phase one.
But phase two has not been released,
This is
correct?
phase two.
Well, no, this is a presentation.
They have a complete study that
Yep.
we have not seen.
Has that been released?
So phase two has not been complete yet. So this is the presentation for phase two. Phase one is included in the council folder, but phase two has not been provided yet. So this is just the presentation of it of what their initial findings were.
Phase one was in the packet on this item.
Okay, so I'm a little confused by it, but I'll move on. It looks like you guys surveyed a pretty large cross-section. Can you go back to the slide?
Yep.
One more, yeah. So one thing I'm curious about, we have a tourism advisory committee. Were they part of the groups that you talked with, sat down with? There's a number of fairly tied-in folks on that board that I'm just curious if you guys talked to them.
You want to?
Yeah. So, timing-wise, I would say that this was in a recap of Phase 1, which we did bring to council in February. The interviews and the feedback and these things did come prior to the tourism committee being formed. So that's why they were not engaged on this interviews and feedback time, because this phase was actually brought to council at the end of February. Their first meeting was in March.
Okay, so this is a Phase 1 recap?
This slide specifically was, yes, this is the beginning of the presentation.
Okay, personally, go ahead.
I was just going to say, most of our engagement for this happened prior to that Phase 1 delivery in February. So we engage with most of the groups that you're seeing here in December and January. So we're happy to re-engage with them as we proceed. But over the past several months, we've been focused on site as well as financials.
Okay. Were there any sites that were knocked off your list? Or were there sites that you looked at, reviewed, that were just determined to be not appropriate?
We did have a broader list of sites. So these weren't the only ones that we looked at. We looked across the community. And when I say sites, these are obviously just core nodes that we looked at. We didn't identify an actual site. There were some that weren't big enough, did not have the proximity to other uses, were potentially in private hands. So we did look at other sites beyond these, but we targeted these.
Okay, so I'm not wanting to be argumentative, but I'm trying to get my bearings here. Like, I know Macy's is sitting on, what, about 7 acres? So if it's going to be 18 acres for the footprint that you were espousing, your architect colleague?
So right, it was, Macy's is about 7 to 8 acres. There is adjacent land that could be potentially available for it. So because we couldn't look at just a specific site, even with any of the other nodes, there would likely have to be some sort of land assemblage in working with private landowners or others who have control of those sites. And as part of some of those rankings, land assemblability in that was part of kind of how some of these sites ranked out. So, you can see with Macy's, it was number 4 out of 5, I believe. One of the challenges with that is that it is a smaller site. It may not be adjacent to some of those other hotels that you see along the University Drive area. But in terms of the site size, yeah, it's about 7 to 8 acres. And as they programmed this out, it turned out to be about 18 acres with the surface parking.
And one of the reasons we kept it in there, 1 was direction from staff, but 2 was visibility, as well as, although it was 7 acres, there's the potential to, as Paul mentioned, go vertical and utilize structured parking. So the combination of those factors led us to keeping it in the assessment, although
And
it did score
Midtown for the same reasons, I suppose?
Mid-
They've got plenty of land over there, but they're not centered in a hotel network or...
Yep. Midtown, due to the expansive land, as well as the opportunity to build this campus and have additional commercial there, which could be beneficial in terms of the financing tools. So that was kept on there for a variety of reasons as well, but did score towards the bottom.
So it really looks like if this is something we're going to seriously consider, it realistically will be somewhere along that University Drive corridor.
That is what we would recommend.
Were there any parameters that you worked within that you found restrictive to the end result of your analysis? Parameters that were put on basically with the way we ordered or commissioned the study? Were there any, were there any parameters that you felt like were restrictive or that you weren't able to explore all the options that you might have considered?
I don't know if I would word it as restrictions throughout the study process. I think there are things to continue to pursue in terms of opportunities with this. This can be more than just a convention in a hotel. So we were focused on those two assets specifically, but I think there are opportunities beyond this complex to really make College Station a great place and have a great node of activity in terms of sports, events, and overall entertainment. So I think that opportunity is there. We didn't pursue it. I don't see it as a restriction. I see it as this was our scope to figure out this assignment and deliver to you all, but I think there is a broader opportunity here. Now it's contingent on site and where things are located and how you all choose to proceed.
So the scope that we gave you was prescribed to be a convention center with possibly an attached hotel. You weren't necessarily looking at the broader opportunities that.
Correct. We looked at supportive uses, but we weren't to prescribe, say, residential components to be included in this, or large sports venues or additional retail restaurant beyond what would be located in the hotel. So we didn't look at other needs of the community or student housing or any of those opportunities beyond those specifically. Within, we did look at supportive uses for the project, but we were honed in on those specifically.
So it sounds like we may be leaving some opportunity on the table by limiting ourselves. We're the ones that are going to say continue with the study or not. I want to know what I'm getting.
I think it's contingent on partnerships, and I think that is the core piece of this that we did not pursue explicitly. Obviously, when we're looking at the university corridor, there's the major player in town, which is A&M. That has master plans on land, and they have their whole expansion. We did not dive into how there's a potential partnership there in the future. So from our perspective, I think when we talk about opportunities with a large complex like this, there's conversations to be had if this proceeds forward. But that is the direction that we headed with this. We didn't pursue those explicitly throughout this study assessment.
Well, from where I sit, I don't know how we as an individual entity, municipality, would be able to justify. I think the partnership thing is incredibly valid and critical if this is to something we're to look at. So if we move forward, I definitely think we need to kick the wheels off and let you guys fly in that direction. One of the things I found interesting, can you go to the slide that indicated, you kind of had this is kind of a $500 million endeavor, and then you picked the cities that were kind of close to us, and none of those came anywhere near the investment that you're saying ours might need to be.
These.
Yes, these here. I mean, you've got $85 million. I mean, there's not one that's like, these are like 20% of what you're saying. Can you help me reconcile the opportunity that we have versus what was present here, or what the decision factors that kind of made them in a reduced scope?
Yep. So that's a great question. I will, and Paul, you may want to come up as well. We've seen costs go up significantly across the industry, but with all developments. So the Mayo Civic Center project finished in 2017. So that was an $85 million expansion. If that were to occur today, that would be a very costly project that would be well north of that number. And similar with Manhattan, the conference center there, as well as Tucson. Some of these examples are quite a few years old.
Well, let's double them all, and you're still not even to the $500 million mark.
You want to answer that?
So I think we would also have to look at the gross square footage numbers here and to see if these numbers are the construction cost or the total project costs. So for instance, if these included the hotels or not for those projects.
Yep, these also did not include hotels. So these were just the convention center or conference center specifically.
So if we're looking purely at construction cost, the proposed venue for College Station is looking at about 212 million plus, that's construction costs, but then of course there are soft costs and there's escalation. So it would, I mean, that could be one thing that we could look at as a comparative analysis of square footage and program. with these case studies to the costs. If you'd like, we'd be happy to follow up with that.
One last question. You're kind of $500 million, and I know there's different ways of looking at it. Does that include land acquisition, or is that just the construction design and making it happen?
Yeah, no, that would assume that the land acquisition would be either separate or on city-owned property.
Okay. Would it be possible to go ahead and send us back out the contract that detailed their original scope for phase 1, 2, and 3? I'm really curious to see how we specified things and what limitations we might have put on it. I'm good for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And maybe just a comment a little bit on that. So we've broken this out really into two separate phases. One, to really just determine, is there a general market here, or do we want to proceed with really kind of looking at some of the financials? And when we did phase 1, their determination after their interviews and their study, it did determine that there is a general market. Council gave direction to proceed with phase 2 to look at some of the financials, general site considerations, and really what we'd be looking at from a general cost standpoint and what we might be able to expect from a direct revenue standpoint from either taxes or more of an indirect total spend from an economic impact perspective. Now, as we go through this, if this is something council wants to continue to proceed with, there's a number of other things that obviously need to be done as we would move forward. One is really determining that partnership level, if there's one that exists. Also determining kind of what the goal of this facility is. Is it just as a convention center? Does it want to be something that can lead to a catalyst for redevelopment? Those two things are very different because as they indicated with their specific sites in mind and their rankings, this is as of today. So, there are certain things where this convention center could be located in an area, let's say Macy's, and could lead to additional redevelopment around it, and that could be another benefit that the city could see. So, but if we move forward, we'd have to start to answer some of those questions. But really, this study, broken out into two different phases, was really just to determine, one, is there a market here, and what are we seeing generally from a financial impact related to it? But we can absolutely send that out to you.
I'd appreciate that. I've been very clear that I have more concerns about econ dev and tourism because they are the most, and I know we have studies out on both, and I know that we're, trying to figure out our heading on both, but I feel like you said you did a, in-depth financial analysis on stuff, and we're getting, 25 slides here of your, high points, and asking to get our opinion and feedback on something, and I like data, and I feel like I'm short.
Hear, hear.
Okay, Mr. Yancey, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. When you came before us the first time, I think I said from the dais, might have even been the last council, that I felt like you guys had answered once and for all the question, could we sustain successfully a convention center here? This, to me, is just doubles down on that. I, as one member of council, there's just no question anymore that we're way too dynamic of a community not to have a convention or multi-event center. Could the facility that you, sir, preliminarily designed, could it host the U.S. Volleyball Regional Championships?
So we would be happy to do some layouts of the exhibit halls and ballrooms to see how many volleyball courts could fit. I don't have that committed to my memory, but we could definitely do those layouts.
Well, because I don't have
many.
the study or your data in front of me, I was able to notice in your footnote that if you open up the doors to the ballroom and connect it to the convention space, it makes like 70,000 square feet.
That's right. And so looking at, and again, this is site agnostic plan here, but you could connect the two through that back of house corridor. So that could flip from being a back of house corridor that separates the exhibit hall from the ballroom to being one big combined space.
Yeah, that opens up a whole litany of questions I would have loved to have asked you, but I can't do it off the cuff. I like to think I'm not too terribly slow on my feet, but I'm just now, seeing this. Could it host a car show?
Yes, indeed, it could.
Could it host a boat show?
Yes, and we've actually had projects which faced onto a parking where you have the arrow that says future expansion that could have potentially big doors where you could have indoor-outdoor exhibits,
Component to it.
particularly for boats with masts.
Could it host the Jurassic World Tour family
Yes, indeed,
entertainment
it could.
show?
And I know that for some venues, that's one of the biggest events. Now, from a parking standpoint, there's a lot of drive-in for Jurassic, so there may need to be some overflow
Well,
considerations.
it'd be great to have a parking problem where the facility's so successful, wouldn't it? Would it host Legoland Brickyard family entertainment touring show?
I would think that it could. However, I don't know the capacity that they require.
It's similar to Jurassic World. Ticketed concerts, national acts, music, would it host that?
Yes,
I can
you could.
answer that. In a flat floor configuration, which we're seeing in many venues, it could host that in the exhibit hall. We would make sure we do accurate sound studies and measures where the acoustics in there are strong and the rigging is good. So that would be able to happen in that flexible event hall. I know in Houston, they're planning that for their expanded facility of the South expansion, so.
And so it would also host conventions and state association business, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the secret of the success of these things is the multi-event nature of, it's really a multi-event center that a city's after, not a convention center. That's antiquated terminology, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. I called your office, by the way, to try to get a copy of this data in advance, and I didn't get a call back. So success depends on programming. Multi-event is important. On the go forward, do you guys have any skin in the game? Are you coming to the end of your contractual engagement with the City of College Station, or do you have more work to do?
For this phase 2 assessment, we are at the end of our current engagement for the scope of work, but we are happy to assist moving forward as we've done with other
And I think you've been great. I really do. And I, as one member of council, would consider you. But you don't have any skin in the game right now. You guys are not financially incentivized in any way under the current contract to say, yes, College Station, Texas would be a great place for a multi-event center.
Nope, we are not facility managers. We are purely third-party consultants. That is how we feel we differentiate ourselves, We are purely municipal advisors for projects like this.
And I'm trying to get through fast. If you could go to the slide where you show your the goodies, the financial projections on the economic impact. Sitting here at the dais, I had a little time. No, one more back, I think. One more. Towards the very beginning, somewhere in there you talked about the number of shows that we're missing out on per annum.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. 62 events, 24,800 room nights. My research indicates that the average night stay at a convention is, or state association show was 2. Is that correct? Because some people are there for a 3 or 4 day conference. Sometimes people come in for a concert and they stay one night in the city, but the average number was 2. Does that resonate with y'all, or is that wrong?
Yep, that's right in line. I believe in our projections we might have modeled about a 2.5 as an average length of stay, but right around there is correct.
And the best data that I could find is like $1,800 contributed per participant. If I back into the number of the 24/8 room nights into 62 events, I mean, I come up with like 167 people attending an event. So you guys, there's some inherent conservatism built into your economic impact projections here. True?
So quick point of clarification. So these numbers here shown in terms of, these are lost business. So this is what Jeremiah tracks. So these are lost events due to space that you all don't have today.
Okay, so this is just the economic impact on the business that we're missing today.
Yes, so this is tracked lost business. These are not the numbers that we based on for our projections.
Okay.
So
we have a lot of capacity in there. That's pretty much it. I would have liked to have had some more read-ahead materials. Oh, on partners, all of your numbers, just one more thing, $243 million on construction for the facility plus paper costs, correct? And the hotel was, and if we cleave that by 50%, which your projection showed that with good legislation and some creative financing, the economic impact could be basically cleaved, which would be $122 million. And then the hotel's $180 million. I was surprised to hear you don't have these things when cities build them. Hotel people don't trip over themselves to build the hotel and pay for it themselves 100%.
That's a great question. Given the current financing environment, most of these large big box headquarter hotels are public-private partnerships. So they do not make sense. We're working in, a great example is in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. We're trying to get a new headquarter hotel for their convention center, which is the Arvis Bank Center. We just went out to bid to get a hotel developer to build the project, and that will be a public-private project. There are only so many large developers out there that will build a 600 or a 400 room hotel. So they are big projects where there's select groups of hotel developers that come in and are attracted to a project of that magnitude.
And if we find a partner, we cleave all these numbers in half. And if we find if we find 3 partners, we cleave it into thirds. And if we are 4, including us, we 25% essentially. I mean, it's a force multiplier every time we bring somebody on board with us.
These get done through partnerships. So there's a lot of work to be done, but there's opportunity there.
I thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Shaver.
Thank you all very much for the presentation and for the work you put into it. Mayor, I don't really have anything else. My fellow council members have asked a lot of great questions. I'm going to let it rest.
I think I'm at the same point that many of the probing questions have been asked. I think the key word that I heard all along the way is partnerships and developing the relationships to capture the enthusiasm that we have from some other organizations, entities that are very much going to benefit from this and would like to see it done as well. And I think that's probably the next stage. And I think even Mr. Ostrowski had alluded to that. The contract with Hunden is essentially complete with this report. A few things to be done. I assume staff is still buttoning that up with the Hunden to get everything that you expected to get from a staff perspective, right?
Correct. So they'll assemble the final report, which will then be delivered to council. This was the presentation of their findings for phase 2, but the actual report they'll finalize, and then we'll ship that off to council.
Right, and we do have phase 1. It was in our packet, but probably easy to skip over in 500 pages for sure.
That was
That was the slides, Joe.
That was a slide deck.
Well, that was a slideshow. Okay, you're right.
Just to be clear, when they did the phase 1 report, it was the same order of battle here. They did the presentation. The actual phase 1 report is in the council review folder, so you can go in there and look at it. And
Okay.
we'll send this one to you all, but we'll put it in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you all there is quite a bit of detail behind the scenes, so we're happy to set up one-on-ones and go through granular projections with you. We love this stuff. There's detailed pro formas with all the event projections, how many tournaments the facility would do.
I'll take you up on that, and you have my phone number.
And I think the Economic Development Committee will be engaged in this discussion along with full council over the next weeks and months. So.
And tourism?
And tourism, yeah. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of that subcommittee of the council. But you're right, the tourism committee, I assume that's, I see Mr. Jeremiah shaking his head, Mr. Cook shaking his head out there, so yes.
And Mayor,
I would certainly expect that they would be.
just quickly, one, we as staff haven't seen all the backup data either. I have a lot of the same questions, and I will always be the one. I think no matter what facility we build, we'll give my take from an operational standpoint. I would say generally, and I've said this mostly when we talk tourism, not publicly, but when you look at, can you go to the net operating loss? So I never want us to operate, it's never great to see a loss here. But as a city, I would also tell people that lots of things we do not make money. That's why they're city ventures. So when you see something like this, even though it's bright red, and you just, again, for the sake of where we are in this presentation and assuming the folks we have doing our advising, if you asked me as the person who runs your budget, would I give up $2 million in, hot, that we would need to come up with, we would need to fund this at a deficit in order to see that net new spending? No concerns there. Now, again, I can't speak to the validity of any of this. I'm not an expert on it. I'm just saying, if you give me this set of data and tell me what to do, and then can you go back to the costs, please? Because, as I like to say all the time, I don't know what the ratio is, but if I could trade hot dollars for sales tax and property tax, I always want to do it. And it's going to be an inverse ratio, right? You're going to have to give up more hot dollars than you're going to get in sales tax and property tax. As it relates to the sites, which is something that I think as we get this information, I mean, obviously there would be tons of discussion if council wants to go forward with something like this. But the sites are really interesting because when you look at the geographic location of it, if you look at something like Midtown, the ability to capture within 3 miles of our big hotel numbers goes down. But you're able to potentially, you've got more developable land that in the future could be worth more. And then, flip that totally in reverse, where if you go closer to the university where all the hotels are, you're going to see more funding possibility, but you might not see as much gain. And obviously the same point is when you're looking at partners, especially not so much Brazos County or maybe even A&M, but Bryan, that location is a big factor too, right? When are they going to want to fund, and what is the overall impact that goes to them? So to say those are all things that I think have to be really fleshed out, and they've shared some of their, stuff with us. And I want to be clear too, staff does work with them and our folks work with them as they develop this stuff. We just haven't seen it all yet. But I think that stuff demands a lot more of what we're doing. And then, it all comes down to the money. This to me is it at the end of the day, right? I can't tell you what the number is, and certainly you all and the citizens have to decide eventually. I would tell you offhand, if you had to come up with, from the city of College Station, $300 million, that would be a tough go because of the debt service on it, right? Because those numbers that are shown that essentially $2 million or a little less, $1.5 million you're losing, that doesn't account for the debt service. So it really is critical, both from a funding mechanism. I mean, cost control obviously is always important, but from a funding mechanism and a partnership, how can you divide it? To me, that's it. If I assume that they know everything that they're talking about, that we actually can support this stuff, that all their inputs are good, it really just comes down to what do we have to do from a debt service perspective, and what are we able and willing to do as a community. And I have no number to tell you that if you get it down to this number, it works or not. I mean, that's really up to you guys. When the time comes, if it gets to that level, if we're going to go down this path, I mean, we can show that just like we can with any capital project. But I just kind of wanted to lay that out because I feel, one, responsible to always speak to the ongoing cost aspect of it. And I don't want people to misconstrue any of this and say, well, for $2 million of hot money, we can do all this. We got to pay to build it. And I think there are ample opportunities, potential to find ways to fund it through state funding, which I love that, and or through partnerships who would, for folks who would inevitably benefit, both financially and holistically. But that to me will determine, if we were to ever come back from a staff perspective and recommend something to you, it's going to be, it's a much different problem at 300 million than it is 25. And so just from our perspective on the city management side, that's the biggest thing that I think as you go forward with all these. And we've gotten to see some of them. I've seen them funded different ways, and I can tell you kind of the same they look at it. If I just look at it from a city manager standpoint, I can see cities that have built these, and there's a whole laundry list of them that I would never have said to do it. It just does not perform like for their community, or it may have a great economic impact, but they're killing their own budgets to do it. Like they're going the opposite way. And I've seen some that are the opposite. And so I think it's always in what that number ends up being. And I also will just give it to them. That's now. If you're really, really great at this and you start building it in 3 or 4 years, those are going to change too. So to be fair, you have to look at what that's going to be. But just want to make that statement about the O&M. If you're going to lose, a couple $1 million a year, that's not ever great. But if it's hot money and it's generating all this great stuff for everybody else, fantastic. Then it really just comes down to what debt service do we have to withstand? And again, maybe some great ways to go about that.
Okay, what I've heard, and maybe you're summarizing what the direction from council needs to be to staff with regard to the follow-up of this. It seems like the council is very much interested in moving to those next couple of stages, which may take a year or 2 or 3, and that is identifying the partners that would be interested, depending, again, on location, and narrowing that down. And I think there's certainly a hunger for a lot more definitive economics, but that wouldn't really come until you figured out some of those financing packages that you have there.
I would like to see the Phase 2 report before we move forward. I don't support moving forward until I see the report.
Okay.
I never articulated it quite that.
I'm trying to come up with
clearly.
a general observation. I'm assuming you're going to get Phase 1 and 2, the final reports of both of those, before a lot more is being done. But I did hear an awful lot of positive interest in some of the broader issues, particularly partnerships. And that will lead to a better definition of locations, possibly, depending on who the partners are. And that then you'll be well informed. Obviously, you'll have all of Phase 1, Phase 2 detailed reports, and that'll be available for a discussion when they come back to us. I'm not giving them direction to come back next week or next month with something specific. I think we need to keep the dialogue alive. If we just sit on it for a year, I think that's not a good idea. But that's where I think we are. Mr. Wright?
I have no interest in moving forward, to be perfectly blunt. And so I would prefer someone to make a motion, take a vote, so that I can formally vote nay to moving forward with this.
You don't want to move forward at all, or you're not interested in what?
I'm not interested in moving forward with this at all. So I would just prefer a formal vote to give direction to move forward with this so that I can vote nay.
I move that we move forward, Mayor.
I second that motion.
And can I just
Move forward with what?
Yeah.
So
With a scope to be defined by staff working with this consultant or another.
Let me take a stab at kind of what I would recommend we would do from here. So I think in this presentation, and hopefully this kind of helps with some of the concerns here, this is basically to say almost what I just said. If you see what they are presented and you generally are willing to accept it for the sake of what it is, would we move forward? And that would involve, obviously, finishing the report, you guys getting it, discussions about that, and any more specifics, probably, additional workshops. It could be direction for us to try to tease out, start initial talks to partners and because it is going to be a very iterative process. It's not going to be as simple as that. But I think the first question we always have to get is here, seeing this, are you still willing to move forward? Seems like there may be some on either side of that. And if so, then I think what we would propose is, okay, we're going to give you all the data, because if we're moving forward with it, now you got to go through that. And then we can start having conversations with other folks, and then just trying to get our feet under us as far as like, what would it look like? And then there's going to be some feedback loops that are just going to happen. And again, having these folks or other people involved in like, what does that look like? But to me, this really is like the first phase, where the first phase was, hey, here's what we see. Do you want to even go to the second one? Now here's the second phase. If you're looking at this and saying we're good, then we need to give you all the rest of the data or the report and then start trying to figure out like, okay, what is the concrete steps?
When we move forward, would we still have them as our consultants moving forward, or do we have to enter an additional agreement with them?
Yeah, I think that would be one of the things to come back is with what scope of work would we be asking them or someone else to do?
Is there a provision in the contract that allows us to expand their scope?
Well, you'd write a new scope and then you decide who the best people are to do it. But I don't think you write that scope until you've dug into the facts, the findings we got at the moment.
Sure, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not saying they aren't logically.
I think honestly, the way that we have this done, they're kind of done, but that doesn't prevent us at all from a new contract with a continuance of the scope.
Okay, so once we get this final deliverable, y'all's contractual obligation to us is cleanly complete.
It is complete. We can easily do a contract amendment on our side to have an hourly extension or a not to exceed. We can easily do something short and small like that.
Yeah, they're obviously have a unique, because they perform this part of it. If we were to take a hard turn and there were to be some kind of very big financial component, or that there may be competitive things or things we'd have to do, but when you're in the kind of study phase of this, if there were things we wanted them to do additionally related to going down this road, then we can do that with them.
What about, Mayor, what about just a 30-day fact-finding mission on behalf of council to determine whether or not there is interest in partners? Give them 30 days to let us know, are you interested in partnering with us or not? And if the answer to all those questions is no, well then Williams, that you wouldn't move forward. But if you had one or more partner here locally that, given 30 days to come up with a yes or no, I mean.
But if we haven't had time to review the full report, which is what some people would like to do, I don't see how you could ask for others to commit, yeah, I'm jumping into this or I'm not. I think there are stages. It's iterative. And that's what the consensus I was trying to reach before a motion was made. I still think there's a consensus to allow staff to move forward, provide us the full report. We have a workshop. We have some discussions. There may still not be 100% consensus on where we go after that. Then you're doing the engagement, the outreach. I don't think are you talking about an RFP?
No.
I would just say,
this got to be done. This got to be done a lot more carefully than that.
I think if we provided the information, that's one tack to take. I do think what would happen is we provide you the information, we would probably put it back on a workshop. And after you guys have had to go through it, if it was the will of the council to move forward, we can bring recommendations on how that might happen, or you could say, okay, here's what we want you to do. We want to put this out and we want to get that feedback. And then if we, or whatever the conditions are.
Yeah.
And if we get yays, then we're moving forward. If we get nays, we're not.
When are we going to have the completed work product from your engagement with us finished in our hands?
I would defer to staff.
Yep.
What we have shown here, we have the full report pretty much polished up and ready to go.
Yeah,
based on this information.
I haven't seen it. So really, as soon as we review it, unless there's something glaring that we would change, then it'll go to you guys. Because again, we're kind of looking at it the same way. It's just trying to understand.
So we just put it on a workshop, Mayor, in about a month after we get the report and have this conversation again?
That's sort of the consensus I was getting at, but Mr. Wright doesn't want to be part of that consensus, so he was trying to form a more official statement of that. And we have a motion on the floor. You made the motion.
I withdraw the motion for expediency.
You withdraw your second?
Sure.
Okay, in that case, frankly, I can't repeat it all, but I think staff has already outlined the process to get to a workshop where we can, after having several weeks to look at the actual final reports, then we can come back and have a discussion about next steps. And we'll have Mr. Smith back at that point as well, which will give us a full council to be engaged in. And I would think that would be appropriate direction to staff. And it's a consensus, it doesn't mean everybody agrees to it. All right?
That's fine.
All
Yeah,
right.
and I mean, again, we'll target about 30 days after we've provided you the actual document.
Very
And then
good.
obviously at that, if there may be follow-up and other questions, but
Very good, I
give it at
think
least that much.
And Ian, could I get mine in hard copy, please?
all those people that like hard copies will want a hard copy. Frankly, I think we all should get a hard copy of that one, because that is something you're gonna turn the pages, write notes, to put stickies on, and
Here,
and
here.
that sort of thing. So, yeah. I know electronics are the thing of the future, but there are some people.
You can
who are
always
still-
have a hard copy, but it is the same information, whether
I
you're
understand.
flipping it on a screen or
Yeah,
a page.
some of us have a little more trouble putting our sticky notes on the electronic thing, although there's a way to do that, I know, but some people prefer to write on the pages. Anyway, so you have direction on that one. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all three of you being here, and Jeremiah for making the introductions, Michael for your whole department to be involved in this. I don't think it's an issue that's going away. I think we're just trying to find our way forward step by step. It's a big undertaking and a lot of funding issues involved, who the partners are. I think that'll evolve over time. I don't think it's going to happen in a matter of 30 days, but 30 days from now, or 30 days from the time we get the report, we can certainly have a workshop and review it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
All right, we're moving on to, Ms. Hayden has two presentations on workshop. Item 8.3, I hope everybody's okay. We can continue for another, do you want a break? You make one more? All right. Well, Mr. Yancey's left. Let's get this one done before he gets back, and we'll get on through the agenda. Okay. Joking aside, Mr. Yancey, I know you'll see this. Just a good joke. 8.3, presentation discussion, possible action regarding a presentation of Veterans Park and Athletic Complex Master Plan. Ms. Hayden.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, the plan that we have before you is the overall master plan for Veterans Park. It's a comprehensive plan and a little bit different than some of the other master plans that we've brought forward in the past several months, because it's looking at a park that is almost fully developed. It's 150 acres. It's the second largest park in our park system. And the goal of this master plan is overall improvements to enhance the entryways, the wayfinding signage, the identity of the two distinct areas throughout the park, general landscaping improvements, and then overall cohesiveness throughout the park. On this first slide, so through the slides, rather than going through the numbers on the main picture because it is so small, I'm going to go through each slide and point out the various improvements that are laid out in the master plan. So item 1 addresses the east and west playground updates, and what you'll see here is general connectivity improvements. So connection to the musical elements that are out there currently, as well as the addition of a sidewalk around the play structure, and then general landscaping improvements. Also, item 2 points out screening improvements to the utility areas throughout the park system. So you can see in the picture at the bottom right image shows some decorative fencing elements that would hide those utility boxes. Item 3 points out improvements to the roundabouts throughout the park. It points out some landscaping improvements as well as some vehicular signage for wayfinding, the columns on the right, the picture on the right. And we'll have pictures of what those wayfinding signs will look like later in the presentation. Item 4 addresses the need for shade along the walkway that borders the softball field. So you can see that in that bottom picture there. Item number 5, I'll try to orient you. So the bottom right is playground improvements. Those are the west playground improvements. Fields 7 and 8 are right there. So those are 2 of our synthetic fields, the ones that we just replaced the turf on. And then in the center is the American Pavilion. Item 5 addresses landscape and landscape improvements throughout the park, really most notably refacing and recapping a lot of the planter boxes throughout the park, as well as adding skate stops. Currently, there's no skate stops, so you can do tricks on them and it breaks the border there. So replacing that, and then also updating the bridge that's there with the composite decking. Item number 6, this shows the wayfinding signage and field identification plan throughout the park. The bottom images note things that are out there currently. And then I also want to point out the shade structure plan throughout, so adding permanent shade on all of the rectangular fields at the park. This shows you a depiction of what the wayfinding signage would look like, as well as where it would be placed. The signs at the bottom are correlated to the parking spaces within the park. So they would be at each of the parking lots. And so currently, there's not any signage out there to instruct people where to park. And so if you're going to a tournament on field 6, you might park down by field 13 not knowing and then have to walk the entire way. And so this would help address that, mostly with our out-of-town guests coming in. They would know what parking lot they should park at, and these signs would correlate. These wayfinding signs would be at each of the fields as field identification markers, as well as enhanced field markers on all of the light poles, and then field maps throughout. So item 7 shows, again, general site improvements, so really focusing on landscape and revegetation throughout the park, as well as addressing lighting at the American Mile. If you go out there at night and the field lights aren't on, it's pretty dark. We have a lot of people that use that space. And then also resetting the American Mile pavers. So if you've been out there, they're currently set in sand and they're shifting, so it would be a concrete base, and going back in and adding those pavers so that they don't shift as much. Item 10 addresses additional curb modifications. So again, to orient you, this is field 12 in the bottom. And so it would be adding in crosswalks, removing a parking space, and adding additional connectivity. Item 11 addresses perimeter fencing. So we currently have fencing out there, and so this would be a replacement as it's needed. It would replace the wrought iron fencing, but add in the limestone columns for a decorative element. And this item addresses monument signs at the entryway, both on Harvey and University. This ties in the military veterans aspect of the park right when you're driving in. And so I wanted to point out our capital projects manager worked with the Department of Defense to get approval for all of these military logos. So we've already gotten that approval, but these would be flanking the entry as you drive into the park. This sign is the new monument sign. It was approved by the Architectural Advisory Committee, and it would be a double-sided monument sign at both entry points off University and Harvey. The plan also looked at the Brazos Valley Veterans Memorial that's within the park. It's the 12 acres tucked away. And so one of the elements of the master plan is to make sure that people are aware of it when they're coming into the park. We did work with Mr. Steve Beachy early on in the process, and then met with the Brazos Valley Veterans Board of Directors in August, and then again in May, and got their feedback on the plan. And so this denotes a pedestrian archway. So as you're driving in off the Harvey entrance, there's a parking lot that's very close to the Veterans Memorial. And so we're proposing a pedestrian arch and an additional connection point with some seating elements added. That's what you see in the top left. And the portal design actually came from a previous board member. He helped us, he drew that up, and we helped take it to the design team, and they made it to what you see today. In addition, there would be pedestrian signage added for the Brazos Valley Veterans Memorial so that when you're walking up. And then also vehicular arch signage as you're driving into that parking lot.
Nice.
As you're driving into that parking lot there.
Oh, I see, okay.
It's off the side on Harvey.
For both ends or one, that's one way,
It's proposed at both sides.
but it's supposed to be one way, isn't it?
It is.
Mhm.
And then overall improvements to the various areas throughout the memorial. Most of them are landscaping, so general improvements to the landscaping. You can see there at the 9/11 memorial. And then the Sandstorm Plaza had some landscaping improvements or an option for the World Plaza that you can see there. General improvements to the Freedom Pavilion. Again, landscaping improvements, as well as some erosion control upgrades. This is the World War I monument. I believe that some of these were built by volunteers, and so coming back in and reinforcing it so that erosion stops happening. That was early on when they first started. And then also upgrades to the interpretive panels that are throughout. They've been there a while. They have a lot of information on them, and so working to reduce the amount of information and do some more images so that people can stop and read them. The image in the bottom right is just to show you what it could look like. It wouldn't be a pollinator habitat sign. Additionally, something that was pointed out by the board was the need for additional lighting when you're back there at night. It's really dark, and so adding additional light fixtures, and then item 7 shows general landscape improvements throughout. And item 8 shows bridge improvements as well as replacement. And a lot of these would be switching from the traditional to the composite so that it's lasting a lot longer than the traditional wood that's out there now. And that is the overall master plan. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to exercise my authority to ask 2 questions first, and then we'll move to the other end of the dais with Mr. Schaefer. What is the status? If you go back to the map, one of those maps that just shows the overall layout of the park, probably back towards the beginning. Oh, maybe that one will do it. That's probably good enough. Okay. I'm not sure I see a number on here that matches this. The land that is apparently been dedicated to a museum, is that the little green box that's kind of highlighted there without a number on it?
Yes, that's correct. The blue box,
Yeah, blue.
green blue, is outlined for the Military Heritage Center. I should have pointed that out, I'm sorry.
What is the status of that? The year I was off council, I understand council entered into some kind of a ILA or agreement with some group. I assume still exists, and they were going to build a military heritage museum or something like that there. Then that got tied up in the university's discussions of a museum on the campus, which is now 4 or 5 years gone and probably not active. Do we have any control over that land anymore, or is that dedicated in perpetuity without any timeline for them to do something there?
I would have to go back and check. I'm not sure if it's in perpetuity or not. I know from the board's perspective, they wanted to make sure that we had that land identified, but I don't know that we're obligated.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. I hope somebody looks at that. If they're making good progress on raising money to build it, that's great. If it sort of organizationally died, then I think we ought to look at that again and look at the legal contract we have. I'm not saying I got a better use for that, but I would think that some time limit ought to be put on that to when they could show that they've raised the money and they're going to build whatever they plan to build there. We've agreed to it, but I don't see it sitting there for 25 years and the organization has disappeared without some kind of recourse. Second question, I think I know the answer, but I'm not quite sure. I love the field numbering, and we've always numbered those fields. And I will say that on the very first master plan that I was involved in when I was on Parks Board, there was a naming of those first six fields for different parts of the military, Navy, Army, Air Force, all of that. The numbering system seemed to make a whole lot more sense in terms of wayfinding. Are those other names gone? Have they been just pulled back, or there's still a signage at each of those fields that were named? And as a matter of fact, I think another complex was named after Earl Graham, American Legion Fields, I think, somewhere in there.
Yes, so the names of the fields will still remain, but in terms of the signage, we will translate to numbers. So I think in the past, we've tried to use numbers and the field names. And so for signage, we'll stick with numbers, but then when we print out maps and do the overall mapping, it'll be the number associated with the field name.
Is there, at each of these fields, you got a number 3?
Correct.
Is that, and say that's Air Force, for example?
Yes.
Would that also have the words Air Force on it, or would that not be on the sign?
Not on the sign.
So there's not going to be any signs on any of those fields that recognize those heritage names, I'll call them.
That's correct.
And the same thing with the American Legion fields?
Yes,
Because I
that's
remember
correct.
Ms. Harvell was very interested in that. And it was a presentation of some kind. I think we need to be cognizant of that and make sure those organizations, well, it's really only one organization. The other part just came from Mr. Beachy and the staff at that time about naming them with some kind of military tradition. I think I love what you're doing at the entrance where you've got all of the units of the military identified, and you're working with the military to make sure you got the right symbols there. That's good. I just wondered about that other. Thank you very much. I'll turn to Mr. Shaver.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kelsey. As the mayor's already pointed out, wayfinding seems to be a key piece here. And I really agree with that a lot. It's been a long time since I've spent time at Veterans. I used to coach girls soccer out here years ago. And I always found it was a little bit difficult to find the field, as simple as that. And so I think this is going to be a huge help. And I think the way you've got the numbers both on signage and up on the poles so that people can see them from a distance is going to really be helpful. I also think the shade structures are a great idea. We've had discussions about shade in this area for a long time in a variety of ways, whether it was structures or trees or whatever, and the more the merrier for most of our playing time. I hope on the like the slide we're looking at now is a good example. So the field maps, and I think you indicated, larger text and some things that would make them easier to read from maybe a little bit of a distance. I think that's a really good idea. It's hard to tell the scale on this particular one with those, 6 fields there. The other thing I would really encourage us to do is make sure we do the "you are here" notations on these kinds of maps, because oftentimes it's really hard to orient yourself to maps if you're not sure of where you are in relation to them. And the other thing is, this is too specific, I know, and I'm not going to be probably reviewing the finals on this. Maybe I will, I don't know. But the idea of the orientation of which direction you're looking when you look at the map. If I'm looking at that map right there, this sort of sign that you've got on the example, and are the fields laid out like that behind that map, so that I don't care where north is. I want to know if when I look at that, I can see where 1, 2, 3, 4, et cetera is. So I think those kind of things are really important to the experience people have on site. So thank you for those who've been paying attention to them, the designers here. I think this is going to be really helpful in the area. I think, too, the idea, whether it's in the Veterans Memorial or in places like this, accounting for people with disabilities of different kinds is really helpful. One of the things I started thinking about when I was looking at the signs was the ability for people with visual impairments or other kinds of disabilities that are they being accounted for, all the way to maybe some Braille, maybe some opportunities and I know smartphones do all kinds of cool things now. I'm not familiar with what all they do, but even the idea of QR codes that bring up audible sorts of things if people can't see the signs. So anyway, just a point of really making sure that we're making these things accessible to people with a variety of abilities. Simple as that. So I think, basically these seem like great improvements. I guess my last question was, we've got some money in the budget for fields, which I think we're about to hear about. Does our budget money include these, or is this a different place in the budget for these improvements? How does that look?
So for this master plan, will be a little bit unique in that The overall cost that we got back is a little over $4 million for all of these improvements. But this is a plan that we would break up over the next 5 or 10 years and bring forward with budget requests every year.
Okay.
We do currently have an SLA, a service level adjustment for the wayfinding signage package for $275,000. So that would implement right away the wayfinding signage that you see tonight. Of course, it would come back to you for approval when we would go to a contract, but in terms of the funding, that is proposed in the budget. And then the monument signs, both on University and Harvey, we currently have $460,000 in the current budget for that project. The wayfinding, the importance of it, kind of we extrapolated that a little bit faster. And then the monument sign on University, TxDOT came in and put in the four-way stop, the light that's there. And when they did that, they had to remove the existing signage. And so we were able to pull that out and move that forward quicker as well. I think that contract should come later at the end of the year to council for approval for the signage.
I think
I
that's
hope
all
that
I,
answers
that's
your
all I have,
question.
Mayor. Thanks, Kelsey. It's really, I mean, I think it looks really neat. It's going to make a big difference in the way, the sense of place in this particular park and the way it functions for the experience people have in it. Thanks.
Just to follow up on that question about the budget is, in the budget, VPAC improvements, it's on page 106, 107, looks like budgeted expenditures for this year is $474,000. And I assume that wayfinding 200 and some odd thousand is included in that.
Not the wayfinding, but the monument sign. So that
Monument
funding is
signs
for
are
the
good.
monument sign.
The wayfinding, you did get the SLA on that?
We're proposing it for this coming budget year.
Ah,
Yes,
well, okay, 2025. Oh, FY '26.
correct, yes.
Well, in FY '26, it shows we're budgeting 474,000 expenditures.
So Kelsey is correct in what she said there. The 275,000 for wayfinding is not in the capital portion of the budget. It's in the O&M portion of the budget is where that is showing up.
I
of
see.
the proposed budget for
Okay,
FY
it's not
26.
capital, okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just clarified it. Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know why, we wouldn't do that out of hot funds or someplace else other than O&M, but that's just me.
And Councilman Yancey, currently we are looking at doing that in the FY '26 budget out of hot funds. That's where that particular item shows up.
When it says O&M, that doesn't mean recurring. It's one time. It just is the way that we put it in. It's not considered a capital project.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be really brief. This will get rolled up into the comp plan if and when we approve it. Is that right? Or no?
I think this would be separate, so we would be seeking council approval on this separate from
Okay.
the comprehensive plan.
Okay. I thought most of these plans did that. And then, and I get the budget piece. You'll bring them to us onesie, twosie as we go. There's no playscape, or is there? Did I miss that part of the presentation?
There is.
I was late walking out here.
There's two out there currently, two
Where
different
are they?
playscapes. If you're looking at this map, I'm not really sure how I can draw on it, but one is right in front of Field 10. So if you're on the university side, so right in front of Field 10, there's a playscape there. And then there's a playscape behind the American Pavilion. There's three
Yeah,
out there.
on one of the slides, maybe you have the music
Yeah,
shows
that'd be
one of the
better.
areas.
So in the bottom corner here, there's a playscape. And then right here, you see the musical elements. There's
Wow.
another playscape there. And then there's one right at the American Pavilion. So there's three.
Big park. I've never seen them. I'm out there all the time. I've never seen them. And then the land on the west side, there's actually quite a bit of land over there. Is that, we're just kind of holding that in abeyance? We don't have to cover everything with something. I get it. I'm just curious on the west side piece.
You mean it says future baseball fields?
No, on the west side. Is that a creek area?
Mhm.
Oh, down the creek. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's floodplain.
Yeah, that's all in the floodplain and then detention areas for the park.
Detention pond. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. McElhaney.
First of all, I love having names versus numbers. That's something that I can remember. I need to go to Navy Field, but I'm not sure I can remember 3 versus 4 or 2. And I also think if we're going to put the designation on the map, then we should also have it on the sign. make sure things line up with each other. I think the plan itself is great. I'm glad to see that we've got a long-range kind of maintenance plan and improvement plan with the existing infrastructure that we have there. One thing that I noticed when we were at the Memorial Day observance at the American Pavilion, when you're looking out the back of it, there's a little hill and there's a flagpole on it. This may have resonated differently due to the gravity of what we were observing there, but that is a very wonky little flagpole, and it's not well. I mean, it looks like a little 2-inch pole, maybe. I would like to see if that's where we're actually remembering those who have borne the ultimate price for service. I would like to see a substantial flagpole with a substantial flag and fly it with pride.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Kelsey, great job. I love the concept. I would agree that let's put the number and the name of the field on there as well. My only comment is that we try to complete this within 5 years and not drag this out. You know, if you're estimating $4 million to complete this, and I think we've already have about 600,000. Does that mean we have about 3.4 million left? Yeah, maybe we can really kind of work on that and not drag it out over the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe we can have a plan that we can get it done within the 5 years. But other than that, I love it.
Just quickly, I was going to, Councilman McElhaney, the flagpole you're referring to was temporary for that event. Obviously the flagpoles that we have, typically the big ones are over by the wall. So if we put something there, I mean, if we wanted to put something there, I guess we could put something.
It was a
bigger.
great place for a flag. I mean, it's on a hill, it's right there. But yeah, I'm glad to hear it was temporary because we usually don't have things like that.
Yeah, the real, I mean, in this park, it's not over by there, but where the names are is where the big flags are. But
Okay, Mr.
and
Wright.
I would also just add that, Councilmember, you all can spend money as quickly as you want to. So that is up to you. We lay it out, but it was asked before. There's nothing precluding you from.
Well, I just wanted to encourage her to get it done before the 10 years. That's my hope.
You're encouraging her to ask for more, and then you'll determine whether you'll give her more.
I am sure that this will all get completed around the same time with the baseball fields. I just have a few comments. I'm so glad you mentioned the signs on the oh my God, my brain farting here, on the military trail with all the statues, because I was recently over there and I love that walk, but the signs are very cluttered. And I was telling Brian, City Manager Woods, that we really need a QR code in there and we need an audio tour. It needs to be, I would love to see us invest money to make that an audio tour, that you can start at one end, you can sync it up, you can listen to it, and maybe it'll give you a brief rundown. You can have your text, but you can be beefier in the audio tour, and you can give a history of the conflict and what the American side and what we contributed and things like that. I think that'd be a really brilliant and very simple thing that would make that more like a walking museum area. So I would love that money either be added to the overall budget, to that when we do update those signs, we include a walking tour. When we fix the brick pavers with the American Mile, I would love to have some of those updated and or new ones added, because I think it's been a while. I think that's pretty easy. I know when I was on HPC way back in the day, that was something that we consistently talked about. So to engage with them perhaps or whatever, it's just if we're gonna work on it, we might as well add some.
Can I add something
Yes,
to that?
absolutely.
So we have some new members this year on the Historic Preservation Committee, and they are actively working on updating a lot of the papers out there.
Perfect. That's awesome. This is just a perfect opportunity to do it. And then lastly, I never really thought about this before, but I think Councilman Yancey was talking about the existing detention pond area down south. You were saying west, but that's what you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
On the bottom of
On the
that's
bottom.
right along
This
Carter's
map,
Creek.
it's south.
It's along
Yeah,
Carter's
map
Creek.
south. Can you put disc golf baskets in that flood area, or is that just ill-advised period because we don't want people to drown?
I mean, you could.
Yeah.
No.
It is heavily wooded.
But it-
Well, that's
and
perfect.
it is also a
It's perfect
place
for
where
disc golf.
where's our fence
Well, we
on there?
did just add a fence along the entire
Because there are
border.
other living creatures that like to use that area
Yeah,
as
those-
staging to come tear our fields up. So we
The
put a
wild
fence.
hogs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't want disc golfers to be bored.
No, I don't. People can live their life however they want. Make it
Not
more
bored,
exciting.
Gored, bored, hurt by the hogs. All right, I was just like, I want to utilize it all, and so I'm just spitballing here. But fantastic presentation, and so hopefully we can. I love the idea of an audio tour. So.
Okay, so any further questions or comments on 8.3? It sounds like there's a plan. So you got money to do some of the really important things, which is wayfinding. I think I hear that more from people, and you do too. So I'm glad that's up front, and the monument signs as well. You got a plan, so I don't think we need any further discussion of this. We thank you for the presentation. Now, it is 3 hours after we sat down. You got another presentation to make, and then we got a couple of 3 public hearings. So I'm going to recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back to item 8.4 on the workshop agenda. Presentation, discussion, possible action regarding a presentation on the conceptual plan for Veterans Park and Athletic Complex baseball fields project. Ms. Hayden, once again.
I'm waiting for the slides to come up. All right, it's perfect timing that we brought both of these forward on the same night. But tonight, we have the conceptual plan for Veterans Park, the future baseball fields. I do want to note the concept plan before you tonight represents the collective input and expertise of the Baseball Steering Committee. They have met twice and met with the design team in both of those meetings. Our first meeting was on May 19th, and we had a second meeting on June the 23rd. And so we had some really great open dialogue. The design team was there and heard from the various committee members. And so all of their collective input is what you see here tonight. So to orient yourself, this is the large open space on the maps that I just showed you for Veterans Park. On the top of the slide is University Drive. And so for tonight's sake, the fields are not named, but we will call them 1, 2, and 3. Number 1 being closest to University. Number 2 being in the middle, that is the championship field. And then number 3 being closest to the softball fields. All 3 fields are proposed to have artificial turf, and all 3 fields will have a 50-foot backstop netting. And all 3 fields are equipped with the portable mounds and movable bases so they can accommodate all ages. There is a legend with 35 different items on it. I'm going to point out some key items and walk you through the plan. If I don't cover one, we can certainly answer questions about it, but I wanted to point out some key areas. So
As you
Could I just,
talk, which is 1, 2, and 3?
as I talk, Field 1 is closest to University, the top one.
Okay,
Field 2 is the championship field,
okay.
and then Field 3 is closer to softball.
Now, you mentioned the committee.
Yes.
You also had some kind of consultant design team working on this?
Correct. Pendulum.
Kimberly, okay, thank you.
Pendulum. And so they have vast expertise in designing solely baseball complexes, and then of course the steering committee expertise, local expertise. So I'll start with number 2 on the legend. Number 2 is right next to University Drive. That's the additional parking lot that would be built out there, adding an additional 290 parking spaces. Item number 5 is down in the middle of the drawing. If you could see it, that's the entry gate. I did want to point that out because the entire 3 baseball fields are proposed to be fenced for ticketed events, so we would have it fenced off so that you'd have a main entry point. Item number 7 and number 8, item number 7 is the right next to the entry gate. That's proposed to be a covered dining area for food trucks. So we'd have the food truck pedestals there that could fit 3 food trucks. Number 8 would be the concession stand. So in addition to the food truck pedestals, we'd have a full-service concession stand there. And then above that would be the press box. Number 9 shows a vendor space. So currently it shows a bunch of 10 by 10 tents. The idea there is that we'd have power inlaid in the concrete so that when you have a tournament or a big event, we could set up for vendors to come in and they would have power. Number 10 and number 11 are off the concession stand. Those note the public restroom facilities as well as locker rooms and additional storage. And then number 12, 13, 14, and 15, as well as 16 are all on the championship field. So that's field 2 in the middle. And those are all different seating elements. So throughout that area, we have a total of 2,500 seats. 1,500 of those seats would be fixed seats. So fixed seats, armchair seats, watching the game. We would have 13, 14, and number 15 would be covered picnic decks. So there'd be 3 different picnic decks surrounding the field for additional seating. And then number 16 is a grass berm in the outfield for grass lawn seating. So again, that's a total of about 2,500 seats. Number 20 shows the kids zone area. So this would be the 4th playground at Veterans Park. And it would also have power for inflatables for large events. Number 22 and number 23 show the batting cages. So there would be 2 separate covered batting cages, each of those with 4 lanes. Number 27, it looks like a small field, but it's a warm-up area. So that's something we heard from the steering committee. They wanted an area for their teams to warm up. So number 27 would be artificial turf, but a warm-up area. When it's not being used for warm-up, it could be an additional field for smaller kids to go and play.
Oh, okay.
Number 30 is digital scoreboards on field 1 and 3. So no video display, but it would be a digital scoreboard. And then at the feature field, we'd have a video scoreboard. And then also number 32, we wanted to point out the soccer field. It wouldn't be permanently striped, but you could fit a full-size soccer field or flat field within that field so that you could host soccer championship games as well as the 7-on-7. And so those are the kind of key elements that I wanted to point out. We do have some different aerial views. So here's another view showing the full layout. And another. The back drive is a utility cart drive, so for our staff, easy access back and around the fields. And that is all that I have. I'm happy to answer any questions or highlight any other areas that I didn't already highlight.
Well, let me start I'll start with Ms. McElhaney this time. Do you want to start, or do you want to turn to somebody else?
I
Questions?
am the farthest thing from an expert on baseball, especially the facilities needed therein. This looks a whole lot nicer than well, that's not a fair statement. I guess we're going to use that middle field. We can convert it over to, is that soccer
Yes.
or football?
Or it could be 7-on-7 for football, yes.
Okay. No, I'm just excited to see this and can't wait to see the next iteration.
Mr. Yancey, let's go this way, and then we'll come back over here.
This is, pardon the unintellectual language, this is one of the coolest things I've seen since I've been on council. I think this will be utilized far beyond our imagination and will light up what already is a fantastic park in a way that we just can't conceive of. We can do baseball here, we can do soccer here, right? We could do football, 7-on-7 football, field hockey, lacrosse if we wanted to. What about softball?
Yes. we could use all 3 fields for softball.
Yeah, as one member of council, very, very pleased with this design. Very exciting stuff. Thanks for the good work. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Shaver?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kelsey. I'll second what Bob said. It's cool. And I trust that the group that's been looking at this and the other folks who've been maybe in the background, if you will, have put together a great plan, because I'm not necessarily an expert in this either, but I do think it's very exciting. Thanks.
Mr. White? Oh, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, I mispronounced. Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I'll just echo what everybody's saying. I had a question about softball answered, because I think as softball continues to grow, I think it's great that we can use it everywhere as well. I'll just point out, sort of on the broad spectrum of life, the lemonade we've made out of lemons here. This was supposed to be somewhere, it didn't work out. I think we have something better than we would have had there, and they're gonna have, and the amazing park that's gonna go into Midtown. I think it's wonderful. I think this is just sort of, it shook out beautifully. So I really appreciate staff and parks and everyone involved to really get this to where it is, because I think there's a lot of excitement behind it. So thank you very much.
Mr. White?
Gosh, what do I say? I love it. I love it. I think there's a baseball saying that if you build it, they will come. And I truly believe that this is a championship layout. And I'm super excited. If I have actually spent a couple of minutes on a baseball field before in my life. The only thing I would change is make I could possibly even hit a home run on these fields. So we might want to stretch the left end, the right field out a little bit. But other than that, I love it. Great job, Kelsey.
Mayor, I just forgot one question.
Yeah,
Is
please.
it expandable? Like, if you could build like meeting space or something in the future if it exceeded our expectations?
Where?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just missed that question in my notes.
Go ahead.
There is up at the ticket box office at number 5, there is a small office space and an area for meetings. But I think as far as the footprint, we would be pretty maxed out. And
Could it be built to go vertical, but do a load-bearing frame? So,
possibly could be
Okay.
something that we look at.
thank you, Mayor. Sorry.
I assume there's a lot of discussion about the field lines, the distance among the group, and I 312, 315, 315, 320 at 1, 315, 315. If the baseball folks, which really goes up through high school, and travel teams, I guess, are involved in this, so you need some pretty significant senior. And then, of course, if we host a collegiate team, they're looking at 400 to center field. Makes sense. As I said at Olson, I don't know, it's about 330 on the lines, I think.
Correct.
But knowing the area you got to work in, I imagine there were some compromises. Is there a wall? Is there a wall on field 3 along that softball side? Is that because it goes from 312 to 353?
There would be a netting there on that.
Just
kind
a
of-
netting. So we're not doing Boston Red Sox Fenway Park kind of wall on any of these.
No, no. And then on University would also be a net.
But there isn't a need to have a higher wall in order to offset the shorter distance.
Yes, and so the distances is something we talked about a lot with the steering committee. And in fact, some of them encouraged us to make the field smaller, because at one point they were all 400 from center. And so it was their feedback, collective feedback, that made this as unique as it is, so that we could fit them in. And they also commented that sometimes the uniqueness of the fields is what sets them apart. My perfectionism did not like all the different numbers, but they commented greatly that it wouldn't be an issue.
I do like the warm-up field back in the corner there. I think that's a really nice way to use that space and to do something productive with it as well.
Kelsey, I'm sorry.
Mr. White?
I know this is a big ticket item, but are these fields going to be lighted, or at least the championship
They will
field going to be
all-
lighted?
All three will be lit.
Thank you.
All I can say is I think it's a great plan. I assume you've done some calculations on the parking spaces needed. If you're running a full soccer tournament there at the same time, you're using those baseball fields, all three of them, you're going to have some real congestion right there on those roundabouts and entrances.
We will definitely have to work on programming to make sure that we don't have too much overlap. I will also state that this year on 7-on-7, so what we normally do with this open space, it's our overflow parking, and we use it at 7-on-7. But this last year, during our peak time, we went out and counted cars, and it was 280. So the additional parking spaces of 290 will help make up for that one large event. And then throughout the park, we have currently a little over 1,500 spaces. So we'll be adding to that. And then we'll certainly work on programming to make sure that we don't have too much congestion and overlap.
And you have introduced more sidewalks in your long-range plan to kind of create a more efficient connectivity between parking lots and this area. If they've got to park down by the American Pavilion and walk back, it's I assume we got that in the master plan. So parking lot 02 is the added parking lot. We already got the parking lot down in front, which is
Number one,
existing parking 01. So the parking lot 02 has how many spaces?
290.
390?
290.
290, oh, 300, okay. Still a pretty good number. Anyway, I guess all we got to do is pay for this. And I assume that somewhere in the budget process, and we'll come back to this, council members, and we've already got funds allocated. I think this thing needs to move forward pretty expeditiously. I think the council needs to remember that we've got to find the resources to make this happen, and we're committed to doing that. City manager and I talked a little bit about having a special meeting on capital allocations and settle some of these things, so we may have that coming up soon. What's the next steps?
So if council approves the concept plan tonight, next steps would be moving into schematic design as soon as tomorrow. So we know we have a pretty tight turnaround on the project, and so to be able to move through schematic design and then the construction documents, we need to move really quickly so that we can meet the goal of being open in '27. And so it's a tight timeline, but the construction team is aware, as well as the design team. Capital Projects has been working really diligently on making sure that everybody's on the same page. And so if tonight is approved, we'll move into schematic design and move quickly through that phase.
Please extend our thanks to all of your team members, citizens, and the various baseball groups that were involved in developing this concept plan. I believe we're being asked to approve this concept plan. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve the plan.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. White, a second from Mr. Yancey, that we approve the concept plan so they can move on with a very few minor comments that you heard. I think you're in a good place to go. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. You now have a concept plan and a commitment that we're going to make it happen. Thank you very much, and thanks to all of those that were involved in getting it to this stage.
Thank you.
Okay, we move now to our regular agenda, and it's only 9:30. Wow. Miss Mary Ellen Leonard has been quietly waiting for us. This 9.1 is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action on the City of College Station FY 2020, 2025, 2026 proposed budget. And I do have one person that would like to speak on this, so we'll ask Ms. Leonard to open the presentation. And we'll have a public hearing so that individual can speak to the group during the public hearing. I'll call him at the time.
Mayor, this is the second step in the budget process. It is the budget public hearing that was called on July 7th. As a reminder, the budget that we are holding the public hearing at is $474,225,698. If you would open the public hearing.
Is that all you want?
That's all.
Oh, my goodness, I was sitting back waiting for at least 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. Thank you for waking me up. I was just kind of sitting back to enjoy Mary Ellen's very detailed presentation she could have made, but I'm appreciative that this is all she needs to make. The budget has been posted, circulated, anybody that wants to see it. So I will open the public hearing, and I will ask for Mr. Chandler Arden to come forward if he's here. He signed up to speak, but he's not here.
I believe he left, Mayor.
Well, we did have, well, let me just comment. In your packet, you did see a presentation by one individual who submitted a written commentary. I believe his name is Cameron Parker. And so you got a email here from Mr. Parker who's commenting on some alternative options that he's seen for policing. Police chief and I have had interactions communicating with him to try to explain what we're doing, and he just wanted to comment on some alternate opportunities, but he's not here, but I point you to that comment. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the council on the FY 25-26 city budget? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Ms. Leonard, do we need to do, okay, council action?
So if you could, Mayor, we need some action today, which is for you to set the date of adoption. We need a motion that includes the date, time, and place of the budget adoption.
I think Mr. Wright would like to make that motion.
All right. I'd like to make a motion that council set the adoption date for the budget to Thursday, August 28th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in City Hall Council Chambers.
Second. A second?
Second.
Mr. Schaefer, I did hear first, so I'll give him the second.
Yay.
Okay, so we've got a motion, a second, to set the date of adoption, as you heard stated. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Can I just make a comment, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So, I just want to say, Mary Ellen, I was at the seminar supper the other night, as you know, and you were very brief tonight, great, but you did a great job on Tuesday. I was glad I was there, actually, because you did give a different kind of layperson's version, which really helped me. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for the excellent work you do on the budget. I can't imagine the amount of detail and time and energy involved. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could I ask also, did we do this year a one-pager layman's kind of thing that we've done in the past on the budget?
With the
flyer, kind of a flyer thing?
Yeah, with all the pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out on the front by the police
I haven't
officer.
got a copy, so I'll pick one out there, pick one up out there. Is it on our, I assume it's on our website as well?
It is on the website.
On
as
your
well.
website where the budget is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's kind of called a citizens summary? or-
It's not the citizens budget. The citizens budget is something after we publish the whole ginormous book, we break it down into just the important parts. It's an infographic.
Oh, infographic, okay, I'll look
There's
for it.
also a narrated video. There's the full copy of the budget. There's
Yes,
a
there
blog.
is a narrative. Yes, we did all of that as well.
And the video's on Channel 19, and YouTube, and Facebook?
And on the website, yes.
On the website?
Yes,
Is it on
there's a
Facebook
video
too?
that explains the whole
I see
budget.
Bobby shaking her head to all of those. Probably on Instagram and everywhere else we are, right?
Is there a TikTok of the budget?
No, but I can
That's
bring
not an
my
approved
grandson
app.
up and do
Oh,
that.
it's
if
not,
you
well,
want.
is there a reel of the budget? No.
We got TikTok folks right over here. They could do that. I saw, you want to make a comment, Mr. Yancey?
Yeah, I'd like to briefly to Mary Ellen, DeHaven, Kirsten, the city manager, and his entire team. It's the best budget I've seen since I've been here. I know you changed the process up a little bit, condensed the document, but all the good data is still there. I think it's important for the taxpayer to know and to consume the information that, there's a lot of core service, public safety stuff, and there's a lot of quality of life, as we just reviewed, things that we're starting and/or are partially embedded in this budget, and to have a 5% tax cut on top of all of that.
Tax rate cut.
Tax rate cut, excuse me. The efficiencies, the efficiency piece has to be in there to present a document like this, and I just wanted to thank staff for that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
One comment too.
Ms. McElhaney?
Just one thing, we do a bang up job of making sure this is out in any number of places, as we were seriously joking about, but it is true, it's out. For the budget workshop, I just want to point out that my 7-year-old son and Mr. Valencepac were the only 2 members of the public that were in this room, although it was open to the entire community. There are more opportunities to weigh in, but if this is the time that you exercise your voice, show up and talk or send us emails. The information's out there. It's a lot of it. It's complex, and it all interworks together. I guarantee you every member on this dais learns something every time we delve into a new aspect of it. But this is the time to share your thoughts and concerns. And I just would like to point out that the chamber is once again empty. And exercise your voice now so that it can be heard and acted upon.
Thank you, Ms. McElhaney. Any other comments? If not, we will move on to the next item. And Mr.
Mayor,
D.
could I just say real quickly too on that? We also are happy staff, Mary Ellen does it, we do it internally. If people have groups or stuff that they want us to come kind of give an overview of the budget, we've been asked by different clubs to do that before. We're happy to do that. And also all the way up into, if you want to come and meet with us to try to understand it, we'll sit down with as long as you can give us a little time to get it scheduled, we'll sit down with anybody or a group who wants to understand something. So whether or not you think what we've proposed as a staff is correct, we're happy to give you the information, and then that helps you make an informed comment to you all as council.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeHaven, on item 9.2, which is presentation, discussion, possible action on an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds, delegating the authority to certain city officials to execute certain documents relating to the sale of bonds, approving and authorizing an official statement and instruments and procedures relating to said bonds, and executing other provisions relating to the subject. These are general obligation bonds.
That's right.
Thank you.
Michael DeHaven, Fiscal Services. So you're going to have 9.2 and 9.3. One's going to be the GOs, one's will be the COs. So there's going to be a lot of repetitiveness between the two and in the presentation. So this is the parameters ordinance. This is what's going to give the authority for the city to issue the bonds. It's going to list out some items in there. We'll get into that in a second. But before we start our process of issuing debt, we contract out rating agencies to review our finances, our projections. They go through, they have these scorecards for us, and so we have the results from those. So Standard & Poor's, so S&P Global, reaffirmed us at a AA+. They held our outlook at stable. Moody's reaffirmed us at AA1. They revised our outlook from stable to positive, so that was an increase in our credit position. So
Michael,
the
what do we
parameters
have
ordinance
to do to get them to take us to AAA?
What would it take?
Yeah.
There are some certain metrics that you have to meet to get to that level. We have that conversation. Mr. Kirsten does very forcefully every year to convince them we are AAA. There are some areas we are AAA rated in their scorecard. There's some areas where we might not be, AA1. So it really is a conversation, and using their scorecard is just a starting point to where they get to. But yeah, we do have those conversations every year trying to get or explain to them where areas we are AAA.
And if I can jump in on that as well, as they look at us, they're looking at a number of things. They're looking at the community. One of the things that we have made a very strong point is to remind them on things like our overall income levels. Typically, we're not as high as some other communities, and we make sure that they understand we are a university community. We have 80,000 students at A&M, and while they may not all have a high income, mom and dad's credit card and other things are providing what they need. Most of them drive nicer cars than I do, but it's one of the things we have to keep reinforcing with them are those kind of things. They also like us to have healthy fund balances, which we do. One of the other things that they look at is the amount of debt that you have, and that's important because that's also why we look pretty closely at what debt do we need to issue versus what cash do we need to use, because the more cash we can use, then we'll have less debt that's going to go on our ledger, and they'll view that in a much more positive way. But as Michael was saying, we do have very direct conversations about why we think we should be rated a bit higher. We also work with our financial advisors, and Marty is here in the back. I think Michael may introduce them here in a second. About what do other AAA communities look like, and what City Manager Woods and I have had many robust conversations about why we believe, why he believes, and we should be looked at as a AAA city, and we try to convey that to them. And I believe we made some progress this year. As you look at Moody's, we went from a stable outlook to a positive outlook, which is the next step to get to that AAA.
Yep.
Yeah, I will just say we are a AAA city, in my opinion. I understand what the rating agencies say, and I appreciate actually the way they rate us. The issue is trying to fit what we are, which is a square peg in a round hole. And we are going to fit the square peg in the round hole at some point. And we have a strategy that we're working on, and we're fortunate that we have people at these agencies who I think are working with us. And if you read the documents, they are paying a lot of attention. And we are slicing and dicing the data in different ways to try to get it to show. But I think we are financially and even operationally as well-run an institution as there is, and we are as safe a bet as there is. And without going into all of it, because I think Kirsten hit some of it, some of the things that pre-COVID were like it was like you were too tied to A&M, and if something happened to A&M, and our case now is, well, could there be a worse disaster short of a complete physical removal of an institution that would be worse for an institution of higher learning than COVID? And I don't think there could be, and we powered right through it. We were strong through it. So I think we've got the elements. That upgrade from stable to positive is not an easy one to get. And I'd be happy to, in the future, maybe in council strategic planning, show you some of the things that we're looking at and how we're looking at it and what we're trying to do to convince folks. I will say, though, at the end of the day, what it really comes down to, as much as it is a thing for me, and people who know me may understand why that is, it's really about getting the best rates for our citizens. And we get exceptional rates at our rating because ultimately the market determines what your value is. And so we see, and through the work of our staff and our consultants, we get fantastic rates. And again, not to belabor it, but if you look back over the past 4 or 5 years when we were borrowing money at rates, there's a reason that we are in the position we are in financially, is because the reason we were able to borrow at that rate, use that capital when it was cheap, and do things that were big. So as much as I do believe wholeheartedly we are a AAA city as good as any, we still get the rates that you want to get from that.
Thank you. Mr. DeHaven, you want to proceed?
Yeah, so as they had mentioned, so we have our bond counsel here, Jeff Golbus, and our financial advisor, Marty Shu. So if y'all have any questions at the end that relating to them, they can happily come up here and answer questions. So onto the parameters ordinance for the GOs. Like I said, it sets some boundaries for us when we go out to issue the municipal debt. This one for the GO sets the maximum bonds that we can issue at $17.2 million. The true interest cost will not exceed 5%. The final maturity will not exceed February 15th, 2045. The longest we issue debt is 20 years. And it delegates authority to the mayor, city manager, assistant city manager, CFO for closing the sale, basically signing the documents to get everything done. We don't have any refunding GO bonds this year. It is a pretty high interest rate environment, so there's just no opportunities for us to do that this year. So the proposed debt for the GOs, that's on the left-hand side, we'll be issuing for Fire Station number 7, $13.5 million. And then and that was with the Proposition A authorization. Then we'll have $250,000 for the Bachman Little League, Senior League, and soccer buildings. Thomas Park redevelopment, $2.3 million. Lincoln Center area improvement, $650,000. And the Central Parks Operation Shop, $350,000. All those were on the Proposition D in the authorization. On the right-hand side is what we have remaining on that 2022 authorization. We'll have $2 million left over for the fire station. The Rock Prairie Road, that's Proposition B. We haven't issued any for that yet. We will be coming up soon. So that's why that is 14.1 still. And then we will have $2.85 million left over on the Proposition D parks. And so that's it. Your council action would be to approve the ordinance for the general obligation bonds, but open for questions.
We're asked to make a motion to adopt the parameter ordinance, and it's adopted, I think, by resolution, if I'm not mistaken. There's, I think, a resolution in the packet. Is that correct? Mr. Attorney?
There is an ordinance in the
Ordinance in
packet.
the packet,
Yes,
okay.
that our bond council has put together for us. You all do have that.
Okay, yeah, that was in the packet.
558.
Okay, I don't have the packet right in front of me, but that's fine. So, any questions of staff beyond what was asked? Any further questions of staff? Do we need to talk to the experts, consultants? I don't have any questions, but if we're ready to go, Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion for Mr. White to adopt the parameters ordinance for general obligation bonds for 2025. Is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Schaefer. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we move on to 9.4. Wait a minute, that 9.3, I'm sorry.
Yep.
9.3 is the same basic question, but it deals with certificates of obligation. Again, delegating authority to certain city officials to execute certain documents relating to the sale of certificates, approving and authorizing an official statement and instruments and procedures relating to said certificates, and enacting other provisions relating to the subject. Mr. DeHaven.
All right, again, go through this the same thing. When the rating agencies rate our debt, they rate GOs and COs at the same time, so we have the same ratings for the certificates of obligation. The parameters for the COs sets our maximum amount of bonds to be issued at $17.25 million. Again, the true interest cost will not exceed 5%. Final maturity will not exceed February 15th of 2045. Again, we don't issue any longer than 20-year debt. Delegates the authority to the mayor, city manager, assistant city manager, CFO for closing of the sale. Here's the list of the proposed CO debt. For the governmental, the citywide radio replacements, $4 million. I think when we brought the notice of intent, that was $5 million. We got the better quote, so we'll only be issuing $4 million for that. New water wells will be for $5 million. The Carter Creek Diversion Lift Station and Force Main, $4 million, and the Carter's Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant Rehab and Improvements for $4.25 million, for total obligations of $17.25 million. And again,
I've got a question. On COs, those are four, go back one page.
Yep.
You got four separate issuances. is that right?
Yeah, it'll be one CO.
One CO
We
for-
will break those into those components.
Okay, so one CO. Is the pricing, interest rate for COs likely to be very close to what the GOs are, or will it be a little higher?
I can get Marty up here, and she could probably answer that
Well,
question
that would
pretty
be-
good.
It's fractionally more expensive, I believe.
COs are generally a little different animal, and
They
the
have
market's
trended
a
to
little
be very
different.
close to each other, but I will let her talk about
I just don't remember from past issues.
You're exactly correct. Mayor and Council, Marty Shu with Hilltop Securities, represent the city as your financial advisor. They should sell right on top of each other, within maybe a 0.01 or 0.02 of each other. These are going to be sold through a competitive sale, and what that means is we're going to put them out on the open market, and any and all underwriters will be invited to submit a bid for the right to purchase and sell your bonds, so the lowest proposed interest cost will be the winner.
How long do they have to bid?
We will set the date. They'll get notice. We post an offering document, which will likely go out about a week before the anticipated sale date. And then they will have a specific time that they have to submit their bid at.
On that, so they have about a week to figure out
Prepare.
what they want to bid and who wants to bid.
Correct. It usually boils down to the market conditions on the day of the actual sale, so.
Right, yeah, I understand that, and you sometimes have to think about what days you're picking for those dates, too.
Absolutely. And the benefit of doing the parameter ordinance is that it puts the city in a day-to-day mode so we can be prepared to watch the market and assess when it looks the best for pricing.
And who calls that? Mr. DeHaven and the CFO calls that date?
Correct. As your delegated pricing officers, we'll be working directly with them and monitoring the market conditions thereafter in the next couple weeks to determine the best possible sale date.
Do you want to speculate? It's got to be under 5%.
If you were in the
It better be well
market,
under 5%.
if you were in the market today, I would give you an estimated true interest cost of about a 4.3%.
If we were in the market today, 4.3.
Correct.
Michael, do you remember what we sold COs for last year?
Sounds
Three
right.
something. So the market's going up.
Yes, the back end of the curve has increased from last.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
I do, Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Yancey?
You've got an issue window, right? You've got flexibility. So if like right now, it's trending that it looks like we may have a cut, which would ultimately impact this. How long do you have to wait?
90 days.
90 days. And do we have any bidders that have kind of sniffed us out as a good bet, as the city manager put it, that are consistently at the table when we have an issuance?
Yes, I will say yes. You are going to receive a lot of views. Once your offering document goes out, I mean, we have an analytics report that we get, and I will tell you that on average, you have anywhere from 2,500 to 3,000 individual views. So we can track all that. We can see who's looking at the issue, and then we obviously see the bid results to know who's actively participating.
Do we know who holds the top spot as far as College Station paper out there?
We can look it up. It's not always public, but for the public holders, that we do have access to that, so we can research it and pull it for
There's
you.
a circuitous way they can buy privately, right? But it's
Correct.
okay. Yeah, I'd be interested to know who's betting on us if we could get that report.
Sure, we'd be happy to pull what we have available for your current holders.
Thank you very much.
It could be your portfolio if you want.
And we will.
Well, maybe not. I'm not sure whether
That's
council
probably a
members could
conflict
bid
of
on these.
interest.
Yeah, retail investors, as we call them, which are personal people who are buying, that's not usually
Yeah,
public
No one,
information.
no one is actually talking about council members buying our bonds.
Right. You can buy from those funds that buy it if you want to participate.
When we price the bonds, we'll put out a list of everybody that bid on it, because we'll have everybody's bids.
I'm just curious about the winners, and I bet you'll find there's one or two institutions out there that are holding most, maybe by a fraction, but there'll be somebody floats to the top.
Okay, no other questions? Once again, there we go. There is the motion that Chair would like to have someone make.
Mayor, I move we approve the parameters ordinance to issue certificates of obligation for fiscal year '25.
Do I have a second? A second from Mr. Wright. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, item 9.4 is listed as Mr. Brian Woods presenting, but let's see what happens. Maybe from over there. Presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding a letter of intent with the Brazos Valley Bombers.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously, you have the letter of intent in the packet. Just a couple of things to say about it. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about it. Some key elements to a letter of intent. So it's general in nature. There's some reasons for that. You just saw we're headed down the road of building this, but until we get some specificity on what we have and what will be constructed and funded and all those things, you don't enter into a lease or some other formal agreement. But that's the step that will come after this. So the letter of intent is really intended to do a few things. One, as it states, show intent on both parties. So I would say my advice to council always is if you're pushing into something, what we're all agreeing to is that if we can make the terms work, this is what we both want. Both parties want this to happen. And I think that's a really important piece. And then it lists a lot of other elements to the stadium and elements to the agreement about lease payments or advertising. And it's general in nature and says that'll be worked out. But I think what's important is it shows the elements that will likely be present in an eventual agreement that'll come through. So the things that we're going to be negotiating and talking with our partners with in order to get the right fit. And I think the last thing I would say is this is not a situation where this means that they are the ones exclusively using the field. I think we've made that point earlier, but just something to reiterate that this will have specific parameters, and certainly like any agreement will give them specific access and abilities, and we will have things that we get from them. But most importantly, it is really in the title. It is a document to show the intent of both parties to enter into something that I think we all hope will be very beneficial for both parties and the community. And so I'm happy to take any questions, and I know we have representatives from the Bombers here if you have any questions for them.
Any questions on the LOI itself as presented in the packet? Seeing no questions, I did want to just point out and reiterate something you said, because I've had some public questions about about this, making it sound like this is the final deal. I read through that LOI at about 8 different times. It says the parties will negotiate over just everything in that list. So all this is, as you said, a letter of intent. The negotiation will develop over time as we see what the facilities really shape up to be and what the two parties are willing to agree to. So this is not the final lease agreement. That will come later on. So I just want to make that statement public, because I keep getting that question. Well, we've done a deal. Well, we've done a really good deal in terms of an LOI, and this is, as the city manager said, should lead to a really positive outcome, I think, for both parties and for the community. So if I don't see any other comments, questions, I will call the question. The question is to take possible action regarding the letter of intent. Chairman will ask for a motion to approve the letter of intent as presented in our packet.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the letter of intent as presented in our packet.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. White and a second by Mr. Yancey. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on from there. Okay, we're getting close to the end on this agenda. Item 10, items of community interest. Any council members wish to highlight anything going on in the community, or anybody, special events or anything like that? The council calendar is attached to the speakers list. It's on the back, and it's right in front of us. Thank you, Ian, for putting that up there. Tourism Committee meets next week. All Games of Texas. I know, I think Mr. Wright is attending on my behalf for that opening of that Games of Texas.
Mayor, just one note about that. We talked about it some. A huge event, cooperation between the City of Bryan, College Station, and A&M. We host it this year and next, but a note for anybody listening, and we certainly have this out of the places, we shut down our parks during those days that the games are going on, both from a standpoint of we're using some of those spaces, and obviously it's an all hands on deck situation for parks. So that includes the pools, and I know getting it close to the end of summer and people are out using those parks, but for those days they will be closed down.
Very good. And you see the other meetings there. I think the Celia's been asking about the Feast of Caring, who wants to serve different times. I hope you all got an email on that and had a chance to be a server there if you wish to be. Going on down the list, three subcommittee meetings, Parks Board meeting. And it brings us up to August 14th. Actually, we've got 3 weeks. This is one of those months where we get a little break. So staff gets a week off in terms of actually preparing an agenda. They don't get a week off in terms of work. I understand that. But we got 3 weeks before we have to meet again, unless city manager and I decide we need to have that other meeting we'll talk about on capital projects. But we'll get back to you individually on that. All right, that's council calendar, council reports on committees, boards, and commissions. Any committees or boards have met since the last time that you wish to comment on? Mr. Yancey.
Mayor, your Brazos County Health District Board met, and I got some metrics to answer esteemed colleague McElhaney's questions that I couldn't answer in specificity before. The total number of employees is 39 at an average salary and Benny's rate of $73,400 per. They have a fund balance of $4 million. That constitutes about 8.5 months of operating on hand. 12 months is advised for grant-supported healthcare organizations. The breakdown of the money they take in is as follows: $1.85 million in grants, or 32% of their total, $1.43 million from the funding partners, or 25% from funding partners, and $2.45 million in revenue from services delivered at 42%. And it was a good meeting, and that's about it.
No other reports? Mr. Schaefer?
I've been to a couple of meetings since we got together last. I covered the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I don't know, I guess it was a week ago tonight. And there was, I think it was just one item on the agenda, but there was some concern and disagreement on how a rezoning should be handled. And there was a lot of discussion within the commission. And I guess I would just say that we're evidently going to see it on, I don't know if we're going to see that on the 14th or the 28th. 14th? 28th? Oh, 14th. So we'll hear from Jason. I think Jason is going to be here as chairman of that group to help answer questions and kind of guide us through some of that. The two parties that were at odds over it were evidently going to get together in the meantime and potentially come up with a solution. We'll see. It's out on 60 off University, past where Mr. Adam has his building. Anyway, we'll see about that. The other one is the Bike Ped Greenways Advisory Board, and we've continued to work on the active transportation plan. We looked at the corridor study. We're looking at what micro-mobility devices are and how to include them. And we also looked at different stress levels that different routes within town present for bicyclists and talked a lot about that. So the staff there is making great progress on the next active transportation plan.
What was the decision on the rezoning?
Well, they kind of split it up. I might have Anthony help me on this, but
this is the Summit area, right?
Yeah. Yes. It's out at Summit Crossing, and so the land they agreed to change the land use plan, right? And then they didn't want to change the zoning completely. There was what became known as the Panhandle, which was going to become residential, sticking into what was originally commercial.
Mayor, just real quick, this is coming before y'all next meeting, so probably hold that discussion.
Thank you.
That helps me a lot.
Yeah, that's a good
I'm here to
idea.
help all night.
I assume we are doing the rotation to council members attending planning and zoning meetings and some rotation. I know anybody's welcome to attend, but one council member is asked to be there, just an observer each meeting to kind of better understand what's going on. Okay, if no other council reports, committees, or boards, move on to future agenda items, item 12. Do we have any future agenda items other than the list that you should have here?
And obviously, we'll have the convention center.
That was what
Added
I
to
was
that
going to bring
list,
up.
yep.
Quick
That's already been
question.
stated, yes.
I'm looking, it's at the end of the night, papers are everywhere. So I know that it's got options to reduce impact fees for affordable housing. Specifically, the impact fee, the roadway impact fee question, I would like
So
to know.
we're gonna, it's coming on the 14th. And I will tell you, one of the things we're gonna have to lay out is because of legislation and everything, there is a process. So we will bring that back next meeting and then lay out what you need to do to consider that change.
So we're gonna have another meeting to figure out what we need to do to have another meeting to vote on it?
And honestly, it's going to be even more complex than it has before because of some of the legislation that's passed from a timing perspective. Intended or not, the notifications and what we have to do, we have to form a new IFAC, and the notifications are 60 days instead of 30 days. So it's going to be harder now because of some of the new legislation.
Even if you're reducing?
Yep.
Interesting. Other thing, I know you said you and city manager want to talk about it, but I would like to weigh in and express concern. I do not feel like we've had a full capital projects discussion, and I certainly do not feel comfortable with where we left things. So if there's a question of whether or not we're going to convene again to talk about that, I just want to weigh in and say that I feel like we need to convene again. And
Yeah,
talk
no,
about it.
I know, I can't remember how the mayor stated it, but I think where we left it was, we're gonna poll council. We're trying to come up with some ideas to give you guys options about what would work, but.
I mean, like
yeah.
find a time?
Just basically
Time
find
and
a time,
date.
right?
Okay.
How we go about it.
I thought it was determining if and when, if it was going to happen, not when. Okay, thank you.
I think a number of us feel like we didn't quite, we moved some things ahead, but we really didn't talk about other options. And I know one council member has already sent a list of options or a list of capital projects to the city manager. You're all welcome to weigh in advance if you want to. And when we get to that meeting, we'll actually have that discussion. Anything else? Seeing nothing, the last item on the agenda is to adjourn, and I don't see any objections to that. So it's a little after 10 p.m. We are adjourned.